You're entering a forest full of the wonders and beauty of nature.
Morning, everybody. Hello, and welcome. Welcome to Glasgow on the third day of our conference. And welcome to those of you that are joining this session via the live stream. Welcome to wherever you are in the world. This session is being recorded, and you'll be able to access the live stream for in about 10 days' time via the online conference platform. And the details are available in the conference brochure. So this is all the kind of, if you've been here for all 3 days, then this is the standard sort of boilerplate information that you're getting at the start of each session, apart from that bit that I went off script on. For those of you that are here in the room in 3D, you've got the option to ask questions via Slido. Details will be on the screen at some point, but again, if you've been here for a couple of days, you'll know how that works. That means we give people the opportunity to ask questions from wherever, but there will be an opportunity if you're in the room, to put your hand up, and we'll find you with a microphone as well. I'm being advised to turn phones to silent because it may interfere with equipment. I've not experienced that yet, but today might be the day. And of course, really important, in the event of an emergency, an announcement will be made asking everyone to evacuate the venue and head to the nearest available exits, so check your exits now. The assembly point is between the SEC Centre and SEC Armadillo. Follow the crowds heading that way. You mustn't come back into the building until official announcements have been made by the SEC. So that's for everybody in the room. For those of you online, I hope you know what to do in the event of an emergency. We haven't catered for all of you, so good luck, and I hope you get out safely. We won't hear your alarms either, so sorry about that. This session, we're really pleased that this session is sponsored by Legacy of Lives, who are a gold sponsor of our conference. So thanks very much to Legacy of Lives for their support, and you can find them in the exhibition area as well. So that's the boilerplate stuff. That's the standard stuff. Our conference theme is finding a way forward, and this session aims to really inspire you to think about how we move forward and enhance the care that we provide using digital and technology. And we're going to build a bit on some of the conversations that we're starting to have yesterday. My name's Steve Thorby-Coy. I'm Director of IT and Digital Services at Hospice UK, and I joined Hospice UK early this year. I'm quite new to the sector, but I've worked in various kind of IT and change roles in different sectors. As part of our Future Vision project, I'm really keen to understand where the hospice sector is at in terms of its use of technology and digital. And then I want to see how we might improve that. So in my short time here in the sector, I've noticed some really, really good work going on. So I think this session is about to shine a light on some of that. So regardless of where you're at with your IT and digital journey, I'm sure that we can all learn from each other. So what you're going to hear in this session is, you're first going to hear from our friend Julie Wilson-Dodd, who's our transformation consultant. She's worked with a range of forward-thinking hospices, and will share some inspiring examples of how they're innovating to deliver even better services. And then following Julie, you're going to hear from Nigel Seymour, who's Deputy Chief Exec at Princess Alice Hospice. He's going to talk about the digital transformation journey that they've been on, including perhaps some of the highs and lows and lessons learned along the way. I'm going to look out for questions on the screen, and we'll get to as many of those as we can towards the end of the session. So, Julie, thanks. Over to you.
Good morning, everybody. Good, this mic is working. We're already off to a good start. It's so lovely to be here and to have heard so many inspiring conversations and talks so far about the incredible work that happens in this sector. I feel like I would describe myself as a friend to the sector. I'm not somebody who works in hospices day to day, but I've been lucky enough to work with a range of hospices, particularly over the last year or so, to help them work out how they can scale what they do, reach more people, provide that incredible quality of end-of-life care in new and potentially more scalable and sustainable ways. I'm going to share a bit of, I think, the context that we are working in the end-of-life sector, particularly how digital technologies and data-driven approaches are changing our lives. And kind of on that note, I like to start with a quote in these presentations, and this one: we always overestimate the impact of the technological change that will happen in the next 2 years. and underestimate the change over the next 10. Now, Bill Gates said this a while ago, and in the 20 or so years I've been working in digital design and technology related fields, I've definitely found this to be true. Every time I get excited about a new technology trend, a couple of years in, I'm like, oh, it's not really going anywhere, and I maybe lose some of that enthusiasm, and then slightly further down the line, I reflect on the fact that that particular type of technology has fundamentally changed how we do so many things. And I think we're right at the cusp in the hospice sector of seeing how digital data technology infrastructure is starting to radically change the work that happens. Now, on that note, I'd like you to just pause for a minute, a little bit of getting the brain working first thing in the morning of a conference day, and answer this question for yourself. So what aspect of modern life would your younger self have been amazed by? So I'd like you to just take, a minute and think about that. So I haven't given you very long, but so for me, one of the things that my younger self would not have ever been able to imagine is that I carry around with me a map of almost everywhere in the world. And as somebody with a terrible sense of direction, I mean, getting here this morning was, a minor triumph for me. The fact that I have a map with me all of the time, I think is something that my younger self could not have imagined. Maybe you imagine the kind of things that, the kind of smartphone era has brought, like this picture of a whole bunch of people on a bridge, of like sort of 4 or 5 people that you can actually see their hands. 3 of them are on their phone and not to their ear, they're busy doing something with it. Whether that be contacting loved ones in any time zone, in any place around the world, from checking answers to any fact-based question, online banking, listening to music of any kind from anywhere, maybe checking the football scores even if you're at a conference. These are the kind of things that we have just adapted to as humans pretty seamlessly. And those effects in our lives are equally true in our work. Now, so many different examples that could be relevant in the hospice sector. I think the kind of contactless payments, which is not a new technology by any way, shape or form, is one that is starting to shift fundraising very significantly. Now, I was talking to a charity that I work with about how they've made the shift to using contactless donations, contactless payments at events, those kinds of things, using iZettles or SumUps, those kind of card reading type devices. And they said the impact of the pandemic, and I'm sure probably 90% of conference talks have mentioned the pandemic at some point. It's like bingo. There's my tick, I've said it. But the impact of COVID on shifting how much people use contactless technology for giving has really changed things. So to give an example, for a fundraising walk event in a particular location in 2018, this charity introduced online donations, so contactless donations and payments, and they took £40 out of an £800 overall donation event. In 2019, they took just over £100 through contactless, on about overall the same amount of money raised. They then had a 2-year hiatus in that event because of the pandemic. Came back in 2021, same event, same location, a lot of the same people still doing it, and took over £750 in contactless donations. And the overall amount they raised was well over £1.5 grand. Now, not everybody uses contactless payments. We are in a bit of a kind of crunch point about people who still want to use cash and the importance of cash and how we continue to process things like checks, which I think a lot of the world think don't exist, but they still really exist if you take donations. But these kinds of technologies are really shifting, and if we don't pay attention and we don't try and adopt them, we start to fall behind. Start to see changes in expectations in all sorts of different ways. So the kind of proliferation of delivery companies, whether it be Uber Eats or Deliveroo, or how Amazon approaches deliveries, the ability to get same-day deliveries, especially if you live in a city, I think is shifting people's expectations of customer service. People expect to get things now, and they expect to have a constant feedback, dialogue about what is happening with that thing that they want. I'm not sure that people have yet got that expectation about end-of-life care, but I suspect it will come. And how will we respond if people expect from us that we are constantly telling them what is going on in their end-of-life care plan or their family members' end-of-life care plan? all of these things have not just direct effects, are you using the technology, are you not, but they change the way we think about and approach our lives in the world. Now, there's loads of really wholesome effects of modern technology, so I bring up an example of the democratization of education, the availability of online education at all levels, from short courses through to full degrees and masters. And in a 30-second look, it really was, I found multiple courses about end-of-life care and palliative care. This is a short course by a respected university that's free, 3 weeks, 4 hours, not very much. But there are whole degrees. And I start to think about, well, okay, what could we do with these kinds of technologies, these kinds of approaches, to help more people understand end of life? Or for professional development, both kind of in terms of, you know, CPD, but also how do you keep developing the skills of your workforce? Well, there's really cost-effective ways of doing it now through online education. Another big boon, I think, is the kind of huge shift we're seeing in assistive technologies becoming very everyday. Now, I have to say I've never actually tried using closed captioning in Zoom with dogs, but I have used them regularly in meetings, in workshops, in seminars. And what it means is a whole range of people who might have had some access needs can now be part of a conversation. You start thinking about the impact of that in end of life when people get an increasingly complex range of needs. And sometimes, yes, that means that they couldn't use, you know, Zoom, for example, but the improvement in hearing aids is a great example where we start to see real improvements in quality of life through the way that these assistive technologies are improving year on year. I've talked a lot about digital technologies, so let's talk a bit about data. Now, I worked at Parkinson's UK for 5 years as Director of Transformation, and one of the big shifts we saw was about the power of research data when you apply data science techniques and AI to it. Sounded so like futuristic, but actually what machine learning as a particular part of AI can offer in medical research is the ability to trawl through all of those papers that have been published about clinical studies. It can go through all of those raw data sets that have been generated by every piece of research, and it can look for new clues to cures, to better treatments, the kinds of things that will definitely improve the quality of life for people, even with kind of chronic conditions, but also will prolong the end-of-life period for a lot of people. And that will have a very direct impact on the hospice sector, I think. So these kind of techniques where we're finding answers all the time to, cancer, to Parkinson's, to Alzheimer's, dementia, it's going to really shift the way that those conditions are treated and managed, but it's not going to cure them overnight. So I think it will start to shift the patient populations and the needs of the patient populations coming to us. And you all work in a world where you're very familiar with the impact of technology in healthcare, whether you think telemedicine is a good or a bad thing, whether the consultants and practitioners that you work with tend to do all of their telehealth on the phone or via video. But these kind of technologies are absolutely here to stay. And I think the next generation of that, where technology is going to go in health, about personalized medication, those kinds of things, again, will be really impactful for patients, for professionals, but certainly for us in that shift of trying to manage those changes, there's an awful lot to learn and keep across. Now, it's not all positive. There's a big conversation that's always relevant about digital inclusion and exclusion. And the one thing that I've often said to people when they say, well, yeah, this is all great, all of those things, yeah, there's opportunities, but what about the people who are not online or can't be online because of physical access needs, end of life? You're like, yeah, I might not be spending all my time on a screen. Well, you might be, or you might not be. The importance here is about data-driven approaches and digital technologies enable our work so that we, as humans, can go and do more of the stuff that we do really well. And I think that's the kind of critical point here. Not everything has to be technology-driven. We need to find ways to use technology to enable our work so that we can do more, because there is always more need. I doubt anyone in this room is sat here thinking, yeah, basically, we can always be there as much as we'd like to be for the patients and families that we exist to serve. I'd be amazed. If you have cracked that, please let the rest of us know. And then I think it's important to look just, one step ahead. And it is only one step, it's not 2 or 3. In the background is a picture of all of the companies that are making fairly major investments and plays into the metaverse world. And metaverse is one of those things where I hear it and I'm like, oh, that makes my head hurt. What is it? And it's being defined as we exist and live and breathe, but in a kind of very broad sense. It is about the virtual lives that we are living, will increasingly be living, and how they blur with our kind of physical reality. It's already exists in a kind of gaming and VR and those spaces, but the effects are going to be probably, back to that Bill Gates quote, in the next 2 years we'll see a lot of very weird experiments and think, not really for me. But 10 years down the line, this is going to be the land we're living in. And Satya Nadella, who's the chief executive of Microsoft, says the metaverse is here. It's not only transforming how we see the world, but how we participate in it, from the factory floor to the meeting room. Now, I'm not sure it's quite here in that way yet, but it will be soon. And I can't tell you what effect that's going to have on end-of-life care, but I can tell you it will have an effect. And then, yeah, the real downsides of technology, like how do we continue to defend ourselves against people like Elon Musk who mess about with tried and tested technologies. You know, he's a bit of a joke, but a very dangerous man. Twitter is a platform that we use in marketing and engagement to talk to people about end of life, to explain about our services. People like this come in and start to really affect how charities do marketing. They're definitely not thinking about that. We also have to worry about cybersecurity, the kind of online harms that can happen, particularly for vulnerable people on social media. But I want this conversation to be about opportunity, because I think the opportunities that exist in end-of-life care are pretty amazing. And I'm already starting to see the effects of that with some of the hospices I'm working with. And we've got so many challenges. So like, how might digital and data-driven approaches help us tackle common challenges? How is that starting to happen? Well, we know that one of the common challenges is that people who need you aren't aware of your services. And if they are aware, access isn't equitable. In a dream scenario, someone needing end-of-life support is directly referred to their local hospice, and that hospice is there for them at the right time and has all of the availability that they need to support them and their family. But that isn't the case. Discoverability of hospice services, getting a timely referral, is an ongoing challenge. And we also know that there are groups in every part of society who do not know or think that hospice care is for them. We have to start leaning into that and working out some new solutions. One of the things, not in hospice care, but in a kind of sidestep world, when I was working at Parkinson's UK, we had a similar problem in that people did not discover that Parkinson's UK existed, and if they did, it was 8, 9 years into their diagnosis, way after the point where if we'd been there at day one and said, it's going to be difficult, but it's going to be all right, we can help you with this, and by the way, you need to do more exercise than you've ever done in your life, because it's the only thing that slows progression of Parkinson's. Hearing that on day one, rather than 8 years down the line of negative progression, is life-changing. So what we did at Parkinson's UK was ran a whole service redesign program, looking at how we delivered things like our helpline and our local advisor, basically local social worker service, or online communities, or online information, and found that the pinch point was that moment of diagnosis. If people were lucky, they were handed a leaflet from Parkinson's UK, may or may not have been out of date, and then it usually got filed away in a drawer because it was too much for people to think about. Now, Parkinson's UK has a service where, in that moment, the consultant or Parkinson's nurse in the immediate follow-up can say, would you like to get some ongoing support from Parkinson's UK after this moment where you've just been told you've got a life-changing diagnosis? Funnily enough, most people say yes. It's a simple online form that the consultant or the nurse can access just in a standard web browser. They say, who are you, the patient or their loved one? You get slightly different journeys depending on which. Yes, we would like that. There's obviously a data consent sharing. That gets sent automatically to Parkinson's UK, and then they pick it up. Now, they can pick it up with organising a phone conversation with an advisor. There's a kind of tailored automated email journey. But those kind of things, the ability for technology to help you as a hospice be there as a timely referral, I think is one of the biggest shifts that we all need to make. We know that a current challenge is that people want to be, or a lot of people would like to be at home, and also there isn't capacity or safety, particularly because of the pandemic, in the clinical environment right now. But how do we enable people to do that? You can't just say, well, you have to be in a ward or in a bed, or you have to be at home without anything. And this is where the kind of things like end-of-life virtual wards are coming in. I use an example of Greenwich and Bexley Community Hospice, who are just exploring a new virtual ward for end-of-life there. And what it means for them is that by using remote monitoring technologies, they're allowing patients to be at home, but maintaining that really good visibility among clinical and support staff of what is happening with that patient in their home environment, so that timely interventions can be made based on the data flowing in from that virtual ward. They see it as a massive opportunity for technology to really support both staff and patients, and actually monitoring people more through this home-based setting because of the availability of data. And obviously for the patient, having that control back, having that quality time back with their families is so precious. There's all sorts that they're doing around this, like building outcome measures into the virtual ward project and using it as a test bed for new ways of kind of monitoring and embedding PROMs, patient-reported outcome measures, into their work. But I think they're not the only hospice that's exploring virtual wards, but I think this is going to be a big, big part of the next decade of hospice care. It makes things so much more scalable and sustainable with relatively cheap technologies. Symptom management continues to be and will always be a major challenge in end-of-life care. Like for some conditions or some side effects, some symptoms of people's experience, drugs and conventional therapies alone just aren't working well enough. And what's interesting is looking at what's happening in dementia, mental health, pain, those kind of things that relate to so many conditions. So many of the patients in hospice care experience those things, and the drugs are only kind of halfway to dealing with that. This is where I think we need to start as a sector looking out into the market more. We shouldn't try and create all of the technologies ourselves. We're not set up to do that, and we don't need to. There is a whole world of brilliant providers out there creating things like exercise programs, virtual physio, sleep apps. There's loads of clinically approved sleep apps. Ways of helping people just monitor their medication intake. Those kind of things that make the everyday misery, I'm going to call it, of living with an end-of-life or chronic condition just even slightly better. That's the kind of app side of things, which, again, those aren't new technologies. Those things have been around for ages. What's slightly newer is the big increase and the big investment that's happening in the health tech market around wearables. So on the left-hand side there is a device called Thrive, it's called Sensate by Thrive Wearables, and what it does is it claims to, I think they're in the middle of a clinical trial right now, help reduce anxiety and relieve pain. In the bottom right is one from my kind of Parkinson's days. It's a little device that you place here called Q by Charco Neurotech. And again, it's going through a clinical trial at the moment, but I've seen it on people visibly reduce some of their physical Parkinson's symptoms, from bradykinesia, stiffness, improving walking gait, reducing tremor. These kind of wearables, even though some of them are relatively new, and there's a whole bunch of hokum in the market as well, some of them are going to go on to provide real improvements in quality of life. And the one in the background, Aura, I include, not because I think it's particularly relevant to end-of-life care. It's a monitoring device. It looks at things like sleep, physical activity, heart health. But I include it because it's just a ring. It just looks like a ring. These kinds of things are becoming really usable, really don't look like medical devices, because no one wants to look and feel like a patient. And I think they will become an increasingly big part of how the medical world deals with supporting people. So not just drugs, but drugs and devices. And then one that's in the kind of slightly more fun sphere, St. Giles, amongst a handful of others, have created VR experiences as experiments in how they can reduce anxiety, pain, mental health symptoms, sometimes for dementia, for hospice patients. I include this one of Forest of Serenity because I think it's a really beautiful execution of a VR product. And what it does is it walks you through a beautiful, exotic paradise forest, voiced by David Attenborough. And everything that I've seen about Forest of Serenity and most of the other VR projects that have gone on in the end-of-life care space seem to demonstrate that this stuff really does work. And this is maybe that first step into the metaverse. I can't give you all a VR headset now. I am going to play just a tiny bit of the video because I think it's, well, it's a really lovely thing to have first thing on a Thursday to give you just a little sense of it. It's a bit dark on the screen. Can you hear that? Oh, I don't think we can hear David Attenborough. No, that's a shame. If you could hear the audio along with these visuals, which, you know, when you're in a VR headset are fully immersive, you can hear David Attenborough just quietly talking you through the different flora and fauna.
Observe the many shades of colour as you look around at the trees and plants. An exotic bird of paradise performs a beautiful and enchanting dance.
Now, it might be nice just to stay in that place for a little while longer, and I can share that video clip with you. It's available on YouTube. It might seem gimmicky to talk about VR in an end-of-life setting, but these projects seem to work. Taking people out of, well, the misery of everyday life sometimes when your physical and maybe cognitive abilities are really restricted and into a place like that, is that not something that maybe all of us might want? And again, these technologies are not that expensive. We also know that one of the big problems in the sector is that people don't feel like in control over what happens. You know, as we get iller, often what happens is we have less and less agency in our own lives, and that is a really, really unpleasant experience for anyone. Now, again, not the only hospice to do this, but St Christopher's, who I think have one of the best System 1 setups that I've certainly seen in the sector, they are rolling out AirMid, which is the patient-facing app part of the System 1 setup, so that patients in their care have the ability to interact much more directly, have much more input into what is going on in their end-of-life care. That's things like having simple things like questionnaires to capture, well, things like demographic and protected characteristic data even before their first appointment, so that those things don't need to take up any time when they're actually speaking to the hospice staff. It's about carers assessment, views on care, already being able to feed back more and more about, I guess, the things that feed into patient-reported outcomes. Having that sense of control over what is going on, we know makes people feel better in that moment. And I think adopting tools like AirMid, which just is part of the whole System 1 universe that so many hospices are already in, is a really, really good step in helping patients have some more control and some more say about how their hospice care experience is going. There's also, again, looking out in the market, an absolute raft of digital legacy and advanced care planning tools. People having conversations with their loved ones and their families about their wishes is really important. And hospices do a great job of, verbally talking to people about that. But we should be automating this kind of thing. We should be putting together packs of information that get automatically sent to patients and their families to help them with this stuff. And there's loads of great tools. These are just two of them, Afternote and My Wishes. There are absolutely tons of fantastic tools out there that we can and should be sending people onto. And then, one final challenge that we know is that no one's ever prepared for bereavement and grief. And it's another one where we can do things ourselves. And on this next screen, I include on the left, this is a poster about a physical death cafe, but St Oswald's, amongst others, have successfully run virtual death cafes, just spaces for people to come together and convene and talk about it. And sometimes the virtual feedback has been the virtual scenario provides people with a slightly safer space than having to, go to maybe a physical location. There's also services like Grief Chat where you can refer people on to, we can't scale up the bereavement services that we do. I just don't think we can in the hospice sector alongside everything else. But there are others out there who are doing that. So refer people on. And there's such a great raft of grief content, digital content out there. I often see on hospice websites the worst pages about bereavement, which is like, we know this is really sad and here's a list of links. Like, tailor. Pull in the best of what's already out there and refer people onto a handful of good quality sources. I include GriefWorks, which is a podcast produced by a grief counsellor with 25 years experience. And those kinds of things can really, they can't fix things, but they can make the grief experience even slightly better. It's got to be worth it. We need to be conscious of time. So, a little watch out for you I'm very enthusiastic about, as you might have noticed, in hospices taking digital and data-driven approaches. But avoid the temptation to assume the answer is an app, a new website, or a chatbot. I get so often into conversations with hospices and other charities where the automatic leap is into a product, a digital product, and these things are familiar. We know that these are technologies that exist. Do not try and create an app. There is a reason why very few UK and US hospices have apps. It's because we are not set up to build them and maintain them. They take loads of work. Looking outside into the market, as I said, refer to the right things, bring in the right things, and think about how those technologies and those data-driven ways of working really underpin your work before you leap to assuming it's a product. And start small. The other thing, I see these projects of like multi-year big things, like, oh, okay, that's huge. Start small and kind of create, test, and iterate is really my kind of mantra with any foray into any new space. And it's particularly true if you're exploring new kind of digital and data ways of working. So just a handful of things that I've seen in the hospice sector that I think really are examples of hospices that are making the right moves, the right bold moves in this space. And I've mentioned St Christopher's before, and I think they really are a leader in thinking about the roles of digital, data-driven ways of working, new models for working internally. And that's because they are having a bigger conversation. This picture is from a workshop that we did together earlier in the year, looking at the role of technology for different patient and clinical scenarios. And they came up with loads and loads of different, fantastic ideas. Off the back of it, they are introducing some digital screens on their wards that show photos of staff so everyone knows who's who, knows who's meant to be where, who's in charge of the shift. Just that information sharing is one of the things that was a real problem for them, that they found a nice, easy solution to fix. They are exploring some VR for their inpatient unit at the moment. They've started a partnership, well, they've been in it for a while, a partnership with Helix, which is a service design centre exploring really interesting and novel techniques for managing patient care at home. But the key thing here, the reason I put this picture up rather than a picture of any particular technology they're using, is because they're having this conversation. This is people from all across their hospice coming together to talk about it together, not we asked the digital team to do a thing, we asked our outsourced IT team to do a thing, or we just talk about it in fundraising and marketing, or we just talk about it in services. This needs to be a whole hospice conversation. I like to champion Greenwich and Bexley Community Hospice, not just because of the great things they're doing, like that virtual ward, but also because they have put this as a commitment at the heart of their plans. In their new strategy, they have 3 priorities, and this is the third one: making the most of technology to assist us in delivering outstanding care, increasing reach, demonstrating impact, and maximising income. There it is, bold as brass, one of 3 things that they think is going to make the next big shift for them as a community hospice. It's that kind of boldness that everybody needs. It can't be an add-on. It can't be the thing that, oh yeah, we should talk about it, we'll get around to it later. It needs to be there at the heart of the work. And you've got to have the skills and leadership to drive it. And I'm not going to point at her because she's in the room, but I think Keach did a brilliant, brilliant thing in deciding when they had a vacancy on their senior leadership team that instead of just sticking with the tried and tested, we've always had these kinds of directors for a while, so we'll just reappoint the same kind of person again. They really asked the question of, what is it that we need in terms of change? Do we have the skills amongst our top table to feel really confident leading a shift in how we deliver some kinds of end-of-life care? And so they've appointed an executive director of engagement, innovation and digital, which is brilliant, already making a really big impact there. But I think, again, it's that kind of boldness. Yes, there might have to be compromises made to make space for this, but at every level, have you got the skills? Because if you don't have people who've done it before, it's really difficult to find the confidence to try doing something new. And if you do find the confidence to try doing something new and something goes a bit wrong, it's then the temptation to just run away from it again. So having leaders that really get this, who are really committed, it doesn't mean everybody needs to learn everything about technology, but it does mean having some people around you who can confidently guide you through it. So that is enough from me. I think I've maybe even run slightly over, sorry. I'm going to hand over now to somebody who has been living this at the coalface. And Nigel and I have known each other for a long old time. But I think the conversation that we had last year about some of the changes, digital transformation that's been happening at Princess Alice Hospice, including the highs and lows, I think, as you said in your kind of programme, really speak to what's possible if you commit to this kind of change. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you. I'm really keen for people to start asking some questions as well, so I'm just going to check on the Slido. So I don't know if have we got the Slido details? We could quickly just put up so people know how to get to that. Is everybody okay with Slido here in the room and outside of the room? I don't know if people outside the room are okay with it, but we could ask them. Okay, so I'm going to watch out for those questions as well. So thanks, Nigel. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Wow, how inspiring was that? And for someone who's been kind of living and breathing this for the past few years, you need those kind of injections of inspiration. So thank you, Julie. My role today really is to take you through what we've been living with at Princess Alice. It's not in any way saying that we're experts in this. This is just how we have gone through the process. So hopefully, for those of you that have yet to start any form of kind of digital journey, this will be incredibly useful for you. For those of you that are on it, maybe it will give you a few hints and tips. And for those of you that are more advanced from us, please come and talk to me, because we all need to help and share together. So, any journey has a start, and for us, we wanted to look at building the foundations. It was actually back in 2016-17 that we started to understand how important digital could be for our future delivery. And as Julie said, to get that scope and to make sure that we could start meeting the demand that was out there, because like most hospices, we were only touching a fraction of the people that absolutely needed that palliative and end-of-life care. And so, whilst the senior leadership team were getting excited about it, we recognised that we needed to grow that excitement across not only our board, but our wider leadership team as well. So we looked out there to see who was doing it well, and we came and found Parkinson's, and Julie was very kind to let a member of her team come to our annual general meeting and talk about what they were doing around Parkinson's Connect. It was a real opportunity to inspire and help people, including our board, understand the what could be. And after that point, it was much easier to have conversations in the organisation, because they'd heard from what could happen, how they could be done. We then backed that up by actually creating a role at the senior leadership table with digital in the title. And that was really important as well. It was a kind of key signifier to the rest of the organisation that digital was going to be important to us. We were committing time, energy and resource to this. And I held that brief and still hold it, and start championing digital throughout the whole organisation. And to support that, there were really good pockets of digital innovation happening in the hospice, but we weren't kind of collating this together. We weren't helping to share that learning. So we brought a central team together that was going to be responsible for working alongside our colleagues, inspiring them to try something new. And around about a year after that team came about, we introduced our technology colleagues as well. So at that centre, we've got a technology, digital and data team that are there to help the organisation achieve its aspirations. The next stage for us was to actually understand where we were. So the NCVO have a really useful tool to help measure digital maturity. And it has a number of domains, from leadership and strategy through to communications and content, how you're doing on your technology infrastructure, how you're using data and insights, and also about that kind of really important topic of data and data protection. And we found that we were at a low starting point. Well, quelle surprise, that's what you would expect if you're on the start of a journey. But what we have used that tool to do is every other year we measure ourselves against it to see how we're doing, and to give ideas and direction about where we should be trying harder in different parts of the hospice. And then once we understood that, it was about going out and setting what would be the right first strategic approach for us in digital. This was about reaching out across the organisation. This was not about the centre team saying, this is how we will do it. This was about working alongside everyone and trying to get an understanding about what could it be. And an important learning here was around the use of language. Transformation can be a scary word. And certainly when we were starting this work, people were scared by that. So we decided to dial down the word transformation and just try and dial up what actually is digital. Try and get some definition out there. How would it make a difference? And fundamentally, this was about making sure we could give time back to our clinical colleagues to do more care, time back to our income generation colleagues to raise more money, time back to our back office functions in order to be able to be more effective and efficient in how we run the hospice. So this was an added benefit rather than any form of replacing roles or people. And this is our digital strategy. It's quite simple. We're there to kind of try and build that connected organisation, and we do this in 4 different ways. So we want to inspire people, and that is a lot about building skills. Skills at the centre, so our specialist team know what they can do and how they can support, but also everyday digital skills across every member of our workforce, and that is about staff and volunteers who are an incredibly important part of the overall mix. This is about making sure that we try and have that innovation within the organisation and look at new ways of working. So we've done a lot around digital working and helping to bring on tools that will make life easier and simpler for people. Increasing engagement. So we've talked a lot around making sure that the people that we exist to serve actually have a voice in that conversation. That we want to get more understanding about what our different audiences and stakeholders actually need and want. And that's also around helping in some of that kind of testing, making sure that we have an assumption and we make sure that we test that as well. And then evolving our services, really important. We've just seen a huge array of what could be, and if that's not front and centre about how we need to evolve what we want to do in palliative and end-of-life care, then really we shouldn't be occupying that digital space. So we're looking around bereavement and patient care. We're also looking about education and research as well. And finally, making sure everything that we do was sustainable. So this is fundamentally about having the right technology structure, having those fundamental basics around digital giving for our fundraising colleagues, making sure that we've got the right kit in place, and above all, making sure that there was good structure around cybersecurity and those protections, because there is a lot of risk that comes with digital, and that's not to scare people, but it's about recognising that and managing that risk. And often some of that risk is about not doing things as well. So be careful around just mitigating and to a point where you stop doing something. But with every great plan, and here's my bingo moment, COVID came along. And for us, what a great opportunity it presented in terms of it changed the pace of what we were delivering and the hunger in the organisation around what we wanted to deliver. Lots of different examples here of what we were able to do. So like many colleagues in this room, we turned to kind of video consultations. Overnight, we had to make our working model hybrid, so our staff could work effectively at home and keep services running. We actually turned our wellbeing service into a virtual wellbeing service, and that has been incredibly positive. It, first of all, increased the diversity of the people who are accessing the service. Secondly, it increased the reach. And so we have kept with that model coming out of COVID. And actually, there's a really great opportunity for collaboration here amongst hospices. We've just seen how we can complement some of those wellbeing services with apps in the market. But what about that content that we are producing day in, day out as hospices? How could we create that? How could we bring that onto a platform? How could we share that so many more people could be accessing those vital services alongside other parts of their pathway? Education here were another fantastic kind of changer for what we wanted to do. Again, lots of critical environments like care homes needed that support during COVID-19, and our education team were able to dial in, zoom into those environments, give much needed on-the-spot support, and along with our flagship European Certificate in Essential Palliative Care programme, we have converted that to be a fully online learning process now, and that has doubled the number of people who are going through that certificate each and every year. And that's about how, again, as Julie said, we can democratize learning and make sure that everyone, no matter where you are in the world, can participate and learn from the best. The other kind of real life challenge for us was we experienced a malware attack. Now, I raise this again not to kind of scare you, although I can remember the phone call that I received when eating my breakfast one day to say, I'm really sorry, but I think we're under attack on our servers. This is about saying that things will come up. This is the real world that we're living in. It's not if you will get attacked, it's when you'll get attacked, and it's about how you respond to that. And so this is a classic crisis management response. We put lots of things in place. We already had good, strong backups and disaster recovery, but it was our real-life test to make sure they actually happened. And we learned an incredible amount through this process. We learned how important it was to keep communications clear and consistent to our users, because they just lost everything straight away. And of course, we're caring for vulnerable people, so our priority was to get our services back up and running as quickly as possible. We did that within a 24-hour period. We then had to look at all the things that came with that as well. We managed to make sure that no data was breached, and one of the kind of key learnings that I would absolutely recommend, if you do not have it at the moment, get cyber insurance as part of your overall insurance portfolio. They were incredibly supportive for us. They had resources that we just wouldn't be able to retain ourselves, and it made the process of restoring and growing so much better. So where are we now? Well, we have started from a small base of focusing around how do we make our business sustainable through digital, to making sure that digital actually is in every part of our business. We've got conversations happening now around service development. We've got conversations happening around movements around back office function. And what that has underscored as well is that where we need to put that impetus, the investment of time, money and resource at a strategic level, we've absolutely pulled that out and made those resources available. And I'll touch on one of those projects shortly. We've seen an increase in capabilities across the organisation and that confidence to use that. And we started new partnerships because we recognise that we can't have every skill that we need on our staff, and so making sure you find credible partners to work with is really important, and we found 2 or 3 of those that are really helping shape the delivery that we're now doing. Our board has scaled up, and I'm really pleased to say, under the leadership of Sean Hilton, our chair, we have now got 3 digital specialists as trustees, and that's really important to make sure that they can help inspire, bring in that specialist sector knowledge, and help us in that kind of growth around how we want to innovate our care going forward. We've bought lots of kit, and we're in that process of developing that data roadmap to really help grow our digital aspirations. And so the first project I just wanted to bring to your attention was one that we're doing around patient pathways at the moment. I just kind of want to talk through that in terms of what we have found as we've gone through quite a transformative piece of work. It actually started probably back in 2019 when we took the decision to move our patient record system to EMIS. It was an easy decision to make because the vast majority of the GPs in our area were operating on that platform. And it brought that kind of shared single record to the fore that we really wanted, not only to improve the patient experience, but also to give time back to our clinical colleagues, and so that they had the information in one place. And that has been a massive success. We've got data sharing agreements across 99% of our GP partners, and that sharing now is happening in a 2-way process. So that enrichment of that single record is really important, and that has given us the confidence to move forward into this patient pathway work. So the background to this work is that we are looking to review and redesign all our high-level pathways in order to improve the experience of anyone needing to access or use our services. And in scope in this project is all our customer touch points, from referral until kind of completion of support with bereaved carers, families and friends. And when we talk about customers, we're talking about patients, carers, families, and also healthcare professionals as well. So this project is live at the moment and is working incredibly well. But in order to make it work the best it could, we brought a core team together. And this wasn't about just bringing our clinical colleagues into this space. This was about making sure that everyone across the organisation had a part to play. So in the core team, we have got clinical, we've got bereavement, we've got volunteering. We've also got our digital and data and business improvement colleagues as well. And together, they act as a unit of change. And they have been driving this whole process through. Comes to the point around making sure that we've got the right partner to support us. So we're working with a company called Adesse. They're very skilled in service design and pathway design. And they have come on board to work with us, not for us. We could have easily asked the company to say, can you come up and design some new pathways and then we'll implement them. But actually we would learn nothing in terms of our evolution as an organisation. So they're working with us and they're attached to this project. And they're supporting this next phase, which is skill transfer into the team. So fundamentally, they're helping the team understand what product design, pathway design, service design is all about with those kind of lean principles. They're talking about how change management is so important when you're bringing on new change. They're talking about how we can engage with customers and get customer insight. And this has been really important for the team because they're being taught at the same time as delivering, and they're then going to hold those skills and use them for the benefit of other pathway work across the organisation. And for the lead of this project, they're also teaching facilitation skills, because at this very moment in time, that lead is actually delivering new pathway work this week on their own, facilitating those sessions. So again, we've been able to grow the ability to do lots more for ourselves. The next stage was really to look at that data and look at what we had. So we had lots of data that told us around patient feedback, their experiences. We also had data around our activity measures, but we also had some critical gaps. And those gaps revolved around what were the patient expectations. And also, when they had those expectations, how were we meeting and measuring against them? And what we also found was that our process indicators were shockingly poor. We really weren't looking at kind of the difference that we wanted to make and measuring ourselves against that. So we went into a phase of customer engagement. Again, the core project team identified the people to talk to, designed the scripts, conducted the actual interviews. So using all those skills that they learned, they were able to go out and get valuable customer insight. And yes, whilst it validated a lot of our assumptions, it also brought some key learnings that we just couldn't get in other ways. So we found out fundamentally that whilst the carer pathway was attached and aligned to the patient pathway, it needed its own pathway in its own right. It was less systematic than the patient pathway. And there were a lot of assumptions that we were making as an organisation about what they needed, how they could get in touch, when to make that call. And from a carer perspective, they just didn't have that information. They didn't know what to make when. And so it was a really valuable exercise in order to help us understand what could be. What would be the ideal scenario that we want for our kind of key stakeholders? And we mapped that out. And we then started to look at where can digital play its part in meeting that ideal state? How can it make us capture data at the right point? How can it build those connections? How can it support communication between ourselves as an organisation and that kind of customer? And also, we were looking at kind of the systems we might need in place, the data we might need to capture, and those skills and capabilities that our workforce would need in order to sustain this type of new working. And this is where we are now. We have looked at two key pathways, which are our referral pathway and our bereavement pathway. And they're both different in their own rights. And what we've started to understand is we thought our referral pathway was quite efficient and effective, but we've absolutely learned that there's many things that we can improve about it. And this is where digital can really help. So kind of electronic referral in can speed up when we get a referral. It can help share that information throughout that process much quicker. And in this process as well, we were looking at pre-referral, and which is the important point around how do we digitally market ourselves to make people aware of what services we can offer. Talking to Julie's point before, lots of people are unaware of what hospices are and what they can do, but there's lots that we can help with. And then in the bereavement pathway, it's a slightly different pathway in the fact that whilst it's coordinated by paid staff, it's majoritarily volunteer delivered. And so this was a very admin heavy process. It was only touching a small percentage of the people that we could. And part of the barrier there was that we weren't giving access to our volunteers to the digital tools that could really make a difference in this pathway. So moving forward, it's highly likely that those volunteers will now come into the organisation and access our actual patient system in a very kind of restricted and safe way. That will enable them to record and access information to make sure our kind of people in that bereavement pathway are seen at the right time. We're also going to give them access to our internal SharePoint system, so the information that we curate at the centre can be accessed by them as well. So speeding up that whole process is kind of really important and will make a measurable difference. And all of this work has been done in 3 months. So for us, that feels really quick. There's been a commitment to release people from their business as usual to this project, but it's phenomenally changed our thinking and inspired us that we can do so much more going forward as well. So moving on to some of the things that we have learned in our journey so far. Really, any digital strategy can only have credibility in your organisations if you've put the right kit in place. This is not a kind of one-time thing, even though there'll be an upfront investment. This is an ongoing thing. So this is laptops. This is about making sure that everyone who needs to access kind of video or participate has got just a simple thing around headphones and microphones. But these are kind of sanitary things that everyone needs to have in order to operate effectively. Governance is really important in digital, and speaking as a person who's the senior information risk owner, I would say that. But making sure that you understand some of these new systems coming in place, because they are quite complex. And if you don't set things up right, you are running the risk that data will flow out in the way that you don't want to, and you're risking security breaches as well. Improvements. We're all about making improvements, as the kind of patient pathway shows, but it's about what comes first. So I talked about the fact that we introduced our patient record system, which did involve a bit of process improvement, but not to the scale and depth that we've just done. So we're now going to have to undo some much loved processes that we have learned to grow with to make sure that we can do better. So if you are at the stage of thinking, do we need to bring on new platforms like a new patient record system, think about whether you need to do process redesign before that or as part of that process as you go forward. Lots of digital change is about adapting the way that we work. And again, lots of positives that come from that. But what we have started to find is as we brought in automations in our business, that if, again, they're not set up right, they are attached to individuals rather than organisational accounts. And so if those individuals leave the organisation, they take those automations with you and you go backwards. So spend the time to make sure you're setting these things up correctly to make sure that you mitigate the risk of going backwards. Never underestimate how much your users need support. We are naturally wanting to bring about lots of change in my team, but not everybody wants change or gets excited by change. And so what we have found is that first year after you bring in a significant change, people need that ongoing support from help desk to make sure that they understand the technology, that they can use it effectively. And as your digital maturity grows, that need for support absolutely comes down, but never forget that. And it's such an important thing. Leadership. Without the backing of directors and the senior leadership team, we won't be able to make the process that we need to do. I'm phenomenally lucky that I've got the backing of the SLT to make digital change in our business. I've got 2 colleagues in the room, Leslie Munro, Director of Clinical Care, and Jennifer Todd, our Medical Director, who have been passionate advocates and ambassadors for the change that we're doing around pathway work. They fundamentally understand that digital will enable us to achieve our objectives sooner and faster than we could ever do. And with that support, it means that their teams have come on board and moved much quicker than we are ever able to do in the past. So powerful advocates at the senior level, including board, are so important to make the change that you need. I talked about when we brought teams together that was really important to make sure that we could curate that specialist knowledge in the charity. But also brings challenges as well, because different teams come with different cultures. And so working on culture with those teams is so important. And we made the decision that was because we wanted to put those teams under one director at the SLT table rather than multiple directors. And that was to basically avoid conflicts and competing demands and priority. We needed a kind of single focus of all those people involved in making that change. You don't have to do everything all at once or all together. Some of the changes can be big bang changes to your digital workplace, for example, on email. But some other changes need to be done in small select groups and need to be tested first with particular users. We've had an example where we've done all organisational training on platforms, but then understood that actually, if you're not going to use that platform immediately, that training decays, and you're just going to spend the time doing it again. So on reflection, smaller pockets of trained people across the organisation is much better if we're bringing about some significant change. And share those success stories. Can't underscore how much it is important to keep on inspiring people. We do this in a number of ways, through a weekly email from our CEO, through information in our SharePoint system, through posters on notice boards, just making people aware of the difference that digital is making to our everyday work. And make sure that you include not always the usual suspects. Put those surprises in there where people may have felt, I wasn't quite sure about this, but actually having experienced it, it's made a radical change. I'm now an advocate. Skilling up, so very important, and really is a focus for us over the next 2 years as well. As I said, be prepared to buy in that expertise and find the right partner. We can't all afford to have expensive posts in our organisations. There's got to be lots of different ways that we can get that. So we have been buying in expertise in order to help different parts of our business grow. And as I say, that's about making sure we transfer those skills in from the specialist partner to our internal teams to make sure that we're sustainable going forward. We regularly assess digital skills as well. We've just led a piece of work with our clinicians to understand where they think their skills need work, where they think their skills might be required to improve in the future. And what was really kind of surprising to us was not that there was huge ambition in there, but that just some of the basics they wanted to kind of have repeated and underscored, which goes back to the point that your kind of users, your staff constantly need that support and ability to ask those questions to make sure that they can do what we ask them to do. The other kind of key point here is make sure that you kind of don't leave people behind. It's very easy to get excited by those digital natives in the organisation, say, yes, I want to do this, I can do this. And then everyone else is trying to run really quickly to catch up to a point where they go, do you know what, I'm going to opt out. So it's really important to continually support everyone in that process, to help those people who really want to go quickly, but also to make sure that you are bringing those people who are just running a little bit slower up and supported all the time. I make the point here around the Charity Digital Skills Survey. We've participated in this, run by Skills Platform and OMR Digital. This has been a really important piece to actually understand where we are in our skill development. I'd definitely recommend your participation going forward. And what it underscored as well were the kind of emerging gaps that need to be filled going forward. And those were around digital fundraising, analysing that data to plan services, learning about users from website and analytics data, search engine optimization and adverts, and undertaking user research. And those are all kind of key things that we are doing over the next few weeks and months in order to embed that in our organisation. The other key piece of information to look at when looking at skills is the TOPOR review, preparing the healthcare workforce to deliver the digital future. Done back in 2019, it's a really important piece of work to take note of. One of the key outcomes of that work were 3 guiding principles. The first was about patients needing to be included as partners and informed about the health technologies that they were being asked to participate on. And here's a really important part, with a particular focus on vulnerable and marginalised groups to ensure equitable access. Second was around the workforce and how they needed that expertise and guidance to evaluate new technologies. And the third principle was around the gift of time. Wherever possible, the adoption of new technologies should enable staff to gain more time to care and promote that deeper interaction with patients. So it's a very quick and accessible read. And a key quote coming out of it was that within 20 years, 90% of all jobs in the NHS will require some element of digital skills. So it's not going away. It needs to be recognised. It needs to be understood about how you can do skill development within your organisation around digital. So finally, one of the things we have found is we needed to adapt to change. And as I said earlier, when we had the malware attack, it was a brilliant example of a high and low. On the day before, on the 8th of December, we launched our new patient record system, and on the next morning we had the malware attack. Completely unconnected, but within a 24-hour period, our teams went from a real high to a real low. And that's just what gets thrown up when you're working in digital. So plans change, and you have to be able to adapt to that. Our maturity on digital is different to where we expected it to be at this point because of things like the malware attack. We're so much stronger and mature now on cybersecurity, but we're less mature around some of the kind of data that we wanted to do. And that's just because we have fixed resources and we needed to prioritise those resources. So things are constantly changing, constantly reprioritisation. And also it's about preparing your board, because digital is constantly evolving, and so sometimes you need to invest or introduce a new idea and do it quickly. And so making sure your board is kept up to date with what is happening out there on digital, what is happening with you and your teams in the organisation and how it's linked to the strategy, will enable them to better understand what they're being asked to do and how they can support. And the final point to make is that the CEOs in the room need to be passionate advocates of digital change in your organisation. We are very fortunate in Nikki Shaw to have that passionate advocate who has helped open the doors, has helped support those conversations around investment at the board table. And without that, really, you're not going to get much progress. So what's next? For us, as I said, that focus on digital skills is really important. Working with the underrepresented communities is a key strategic drive for us, and it's brilliant to see that come out as a real conference theme this week. We're going to continue to improve those pathways, work on virtual wards. It's bread and butter for hospices, and digital can make us grow that so much more and grow the scale. Data insight is going to be a key part of our future. Collaboration and innovation as well. There's so much we can do on our own, but there's so much more we can do together. And I would really, passionately request and ask the hospice movement to come together. I know Stephen's got plans to try and create that knowledge across the sector to do more, and just to constantly work at the culture in your organisations. So the final kind of thing, quote from Eric Corman: we don't have a choice on whether we digitally transform. That choice is how well we do it. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much to Julie and to Nigel. Some amazing, inspirational stuff there, hopefully for you all. I'm checking my slide. I don't have any questions at all yet, so we might have 5 minutes of David Attenborough talking to us if we don't get any questions. But there's a problem with slides. So there you go. We start talking about technology, and this is the real life stuff. So if anybody, apologies to those of you outside of the room, but if anybody in the room has a question and wants to put their hand up, we'll kind of go old school for that if there are any questions. Anybody? We have a question down here. Can we try and get a microphone? Or we'll have to really shout. Just down here. Oh, we might have to move you to the microphone. Sorry about that.
Hi, thank you so much. That was really great. I'm Jackie Goss, Director of People at Hospice in Leicester.
Right.
I remember when email was brought in and we were told it's going to half our workload, we could get everything done by lunch and we'd all go home, it'd be marvellous. And what happened was we all still worked till 5, 6, whatever o'clock. and we do double the work, double the decision making, double the brain power, and our noggins haven't evolved at the same pace as this digital world. And my question is, we're talking about culture, I'm a bit concerned how our Neanderthal brain keeps up with the new digital world and all the technology, and how we combine the two of those. So it's part psychology and part innovation, how they come together in our daily capacity.
Wow. Does anybody feel qualified to answer that? I'm not sure I do, but...
Probably
Yeah.
Okay.
something.
Great question.
I think it's an amazing question. Yeah, whoever it was said that email was going to make us more efficient was, very naive. So I think there's a piece about, there's this contrast in us as humans, right? So some of the examples I gave at the start are where we just do adapt without thinking at all. So all of that kind of smartphone-y stuff, we just do it. And some of the times we don't think about bringing that same set of skills into our work, and I always find that quite interesting. But I think it's a lot in what Nigel said about make sure you're approaching the setup of new technologies right. So there's often this kind of, I see these two things. One, a real rush, like, okay, we're going to do it now. And two, basically leaving it to often IT teams and I've worked with some fantastic IT teams and I've worked with some god-awful ones. And even the really best ones, they don't work in the kind of work that most of the rest of a hospice does. And so they don't have that fundamental understanding of what it is that a particular technology needs to do. And so if you just leave them to implement it, they will implement it wrong, and it's not their fault. It's the rest of the hospice's fault for not engaging properly with them. And so I think, something the size of email, maybe the metaverse will be the next one of that, and we'll just have to test and learn, and that kind of test and learn cycle that I briefly put up is really the other answer here. Like, try something small, see if it works, test it with your kind of user base, if it's staff, or maybe it might be with patients, or it might be with clinicians, and then keep tweaking and testing. It's the going into technologies thinking it's going to be a magic solution without approaching the process properly that I think causes most of those problems.
I think I would just add that we had a fascinating conversation at one of our strategic away days with our board around boundaries and making sure around the kind of well-being of our staff versus all the new technologies that we're bringing in as well. And some of the simple ideas that were kind of raised at that point were kind of like either no email days or being very clear around how different people would use the technology, and that didn't need to say that you also needed to use that. So within our organisation, we've introduced some very simple techniques around making sure that different working patterns are kind of celebrated rather than put upon people. And I think also it's about being very clear about what the tools are there to do. So yes, email came in and kind of everything went on email, but today we probably need to redefine what email is for and then what the other tools are there to design to do. So we're just starting looking at Teams chats, for example, and what can that do and how does that work alongside removing certain traffic from email? What's its purpose? And that's not just within our organisation, it could be how we interact and support our board colleagues in their committee conversations outside of formal meetings. There are other tools that we might bring in. Again, it's about defining what is the purpose and what might we want to take away because that's no longer needed. So thinking very clearly around those different tools and making sure you don't run too much with too many.
I think I'd just add to that as well. I think something that, obviously, you mentioned the Bill Gates quote about 2 years and 10 years. I thought that was really interesting because that strikes me as something that you get a new piece of technology and it promises so much and everybody has these aspirations, what in the next year it's going to do this amazing stuff. And then over time you realise it didn't do that, but it did something else instead, and then things move on. So there's maybe a bit of that, there's a maturity bit, so you've got to kind of go into that new technology, realising that where it is today might not be quite where you end up with it, but it'll still add loads of value, so there's perhaps a bit of that as well. We're fast running out of time, and I do now have some questions on Slido, so apologies that we're not going to get time to go through any more of those, but thanks very much for your time. And as I said in my introduction, as Nigel mentioned, we are trying to establish a network to start having more of these kind of conversations. So hopefully this has inspired you to want to kind of share and learn from each other around all things to do with technology, and I think particularly data. We had some interesting conversations about data yesterday as well. So I'm also keen to bring voices and experiences from other sectors in, as Julie mentioned. There's a lot we can learn from outside, things that are already happening in other spaces. And that's definitely the focus of this afternoon's session. I'm giving you a little plug now ahead of my session this afternoon with Ian Wright, which is called Old Map, New World. So hope you can join me for that one at 1 o'clock. And if you are interested in being part of that, that sort of digital technology type network, then do give me a shout. So I just want to say another big thanks to Julie and to Nigel, and thanks to everyone for joining online. Thanks very much, everybody. So for those of you that are here in Glasgow, you can go and get refreshments and see the exhibition. Thank you.
So we've worked with JDDK for 36 plus years, and we've got a good relationship with them, and they've been involved in lots of developments as housemaids.
They listen to all of our needs and make sure their design flair meets all of our regulations. listen to all of our needs and make sure they're designed fair and meet all the regulations.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. There's still 1 or 2 people arriving, but we'll start because it's just after 11 o'clock. Have you got some friends coming? Just wondered. So thank you. You'll, if you've not seen me before, by the way, I'm Paul Jennings and I'm the chair of Hospice UK. You'll know that all through the conference we've been making award presentations, and we're going to start this session with 2 awards. It's my absolute pleasure and delight to make those awards Rupert Tyler, who is chairman of the National Garden Scheme. You will know, I hope you'll know, that they are the most generous and long-standing friends, sponsors, donors of Hospice UK. They are an organisation who've been incredible friends to us for years and years and years. So welcome, Rupert.
Well, good morning, everyone. And Paul, thank you very much for your kind introduction. As you've heard, my name is Rupert Tyler, and I have the great good fortune to be chairman of the National Garden Scheme. A very warm welcome to everyone here in Glasgow, and to everyone who's joined us online. As you've been hearing over the last 2 days, the Hospice UK Awards are really special. They celebrate the incredible contribution of some of the really inspirational people who've made a massive difference to hospice and end-of-life care across the UK. At the National Garden Scheme, we're delighted to be supporters of the awards. We exist solely as a result of our great phalanx of volunteers. Thanks to the generosity of spirit of our garden owners, some 3,500 gardens, including many hospice gardens, open for us every year. With the help of our volunteers, and many of yours, we've raised over £3 million for nursing charities this year. And I'm very proud to say that our donation to Hospice UK makes us one of your biggest single donors, and we've been doing it for 26 years. Anyway, thank you, you're kind. But enough of us. This is all about you. So, without further ado, I'd like to announce the first of 2 awards this morning. The Volunteer of the Year Award. And the winner is, I haven't got an envelope, the winner is Mary Bolshaw from Hospice Care Exeter. Mary. Well done, Mary. And now on to the second of our awards. And I'm delighted to announce the Volunteer Gardener of the Year award. And the winner is the late and much lauded Arthur Wilkerdon from Pilgrim's Hospice in Thanet. I'm sorry to say that Arthur passed away last year, but Karen Walden is here to collect the award. Please welcome Karen to accept the award. And that's
Thank you. So, the sharp-eyed amongst you will have noticed that I'm not Jude Kelly. Unfortunately, Jude couldn't come at the last minute, so we've had to rearrange the programme, and we've had to do it so quickly, we've not had a chance to announce it. So, actually, this session is going to be the session that was originally down for 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's about mergers past, present and future. And we have agreed, the panel, we have agreed that if that is such devastating news that any of you want to leave, we shan't be offended. We will take your names on the way out, but we shan't be offended. So, okay, seriously, if anybody wants to go do something else, you're very welcome. Otherwise, it's my pleasure to introduce our panel for this morning. We've all agreed to talk about 10% faster than we were going to, because we've got rather less time than we thought we had for this session. And we do think it's an incredibly important issue. It's a really live issue in terms of the whole spectrum from collaboration through to merger is something that's being discussed and talked about right across the hospice movement at the moment. So I think it's a really live issue for us to be engaged in. Usual rules of engagement apply. Slido questions, please, if you're in the hall. Slido keeps failing, but we keep turning it back on. If you're watching online, into the Q&A panel underneath, it'll find its way into Slido. And can you please set all phasers to stun? Silence, if you would, on your phones. Thank you. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. So I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Nigel Hartley, Chief Executive of Mountbatten. If you'd like to come to the podium, Nigel has a presentation to share with us. And we're going to share these presentations and conversations first before we move into questions.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think it seems really strange to me, being someone who has a reputation for working in the arts all of my career, talking on a session that's meant to be about the arts and not talking about the arts. So I'm going to talk about our experience of two hospices merging. And I guess one of the kind of priorities for us is to make ourselves indispensable as part of the local system. And this whole process has been part of creating that journey. And of course, rather than doing everything we've done in the same way, finding solutions to the current issues as opposed to causing problems. There are a number of lenses that I could look at this through, and it's a very long and it's a very complex story. So I'm going to not touch on everything at all, but everything I say will have a whole subset of stories behind it that I won't be able to kind of drill down into. But if you want to buy me a bottle of wine, I'll tell you everything. And I'll be outside after this. You know, the lenses are, I guess we could look at it through opportunities and achievements. We could look through a different lens, you know, what would we have done differently? And there's a particular lens that would involve me saying fuck a lot. So I probably will try not to look at it through that. But I guess I wanted to start with this quote, because I don't know anything about mergers. I don't come from that kind of background. I had an experience of working at St Christopher's in 2010 when it merged with Harris Hospice Care, a much smaller hospice. And those of you who know Barbara Munro sent me down there for 6 months to sort it out. So I'd had that kind of experience, but nothing really of this scale. And I guess there's no manual for it. I'm just going to let you read that. I think it speaks for itself. And you know, how many of us, when COVID hit, pulled out? What was the first thing we did? We didn't pull out our major incident policies, did we? We'd sat round tables for years and years, and suddenly it happened, and we forgot they existed. Actually, probably was the best thing we did to forget them. So it's been a long and complex story. It's been a 5-year process, and we've been merged now for 3 years. And I say merged, but I think there's some complications around that. So I'm going to start by just saying who we are today. So 5 years later, after we started discussing this process, we have 2 hospice sites. There's a strip of water between them, those of you who know the Isle of Wight in Hampshire, which is not unimportant. And when everything's flowing in the right direction, it takes an hour door to door from one hospice to the other, but that's very rarely the case. Costs us today, the whole organisation, about 22 million. We have about 600 staff and around 1,000 volunteers. The Isle of Wight had an outstanding CQC recognition in 2017 after a huge amount of hard work on the Isle of Wight. And we were inspected by the CQC in Hampshire last August and got a good rating. And I'll tell you a bit more about that in a minute, because that was not straightforward. We cover a population of about 1.2 million people, and we have outcome-based contracts. So we get about 35% on average of our funding from what was 4 clinical commissioning groups, now all joined up into one ICS. We have contracts for bereavement. We run 24/7 care, home visiting across our communities. We have about 3,500 people on our books. We have a care coordination centre where we've been working to identify people in the last 5 years of life. Hampshire, the Isle of Wight, is a skewed population towards an older population. I don't think a year, I don't think even 3 years is long enough. People die over long periods of time from old age and frailty, and we need to focus on that. We have shared electronic records across the system. The only kind of part of that system that doesn't are the local acute hospitals. That won't surprise you. We have a focus as well on rehabilitation, particularly looking after people longer. 38 beds. How many people say to you, when you say you work in a hospice, they say, oh, how many beds have you got? I mean, we need to stop that, don't we? It's what we do in the community, and we have to change that kind of focus. So how did we get here? I guess we started discussions with commissioners and the University Hospital to Southampton in 2017. The Isle of Wight Hospice had been an NHS hospice, and it became independent in 1992 after the first 10 years. The hospice in Southampton remained an NHS hospice until we took it over. And you already see I'm using merger, takeover, and I might use partnership in a minute. Probably don't mean any of them whatsoever. But we took it over from the NHS, so it was quite a unique process. And I would like to thank our colleagues at Arthur Rank for giving us quite a lot of their detail, because, of course, that moved from an NHS hospice to an independent one, and that was really helpful to have that information. It seems to me the commissioners were saying that the hospice in Southampton was failing, and they didn't really know what to do with it. University Hospital, it sat out on a limb from the hospital. They disinvested in those services, disinvested in the estate. It was in a real sorry state of affairs, really. It had 28 beds, heavily medicalised, huge medical team, cast of thousands, and a group of CNSs who actually just gave telephone advice. It was really strange. There was no daycare, there was no bereavement, there was no education facility. It wasn't a hospice as we know it. And actually it had, I don't know if those of you who've been around a long time, Countess Mountbatten Hospice had a glorious past. It was one of, it was opened 10 years after St Christopher's, huge international reputation. And it had been so ground down over the last 10 to 15 years, but they still thought they were the best. And I'm going to come on and talk really quickly about culture in a minute, which has been probably where I've got the most scars from. Went through a tender process, which was right and proper, and we applied for that. Also, there was another local hospice that was interested that didn't go forward with it. Extricating the costs of the organisation from the University Hospital was nigh on impossible. And I think that was part of the commissioners' issues around how they knew the money they were putting in for hospice end-of-life care into UHS was being used and utilised. It wasn't being used in the right way. The estates it's been a brutal kind of transition, really. If I just say to you, and I'm hoping not going to go down a kind of one of the paths here and go off at a tangent, but if I just say to you, when we were about to sign the lease on the day of everything signing over, they realised that no one knew who owned the building or the estate after 18 months of project management group. And suddenly, they realised that University Hospital owned the lease, and they tried to get sort of $2.5 million from us on that day to say you're not having the building. And I said, well, we're not doing it then. So we still haven't signed the lease. We are squatting in a building which is owned by NHS Properties, and the lease is owned by University Hospital, and that lease is sitting on an NHS legal desk somewhere that we're trying to find where it is ready to be signed. We went through a process of redundancies. When I turned up on the first day, I had at least 40 grievances sitting on my desk that people had taken out against each other, and actually there was a huge amount of long-term sickness. The legal structure, and of course the buy-in from staff and trustees was hugely important, and there's a whole sort of conversation around all of that, of course. I must say, the staff on the Isle of Wight and the senior team and the trustees, when we sat down and said, if somebody doesn't want to do this, we're not going to do it. Because if we sign this paper, I don't want someone in 2 years' time turning around to me and say we shouldn't have done it. And you know what? No one has done that. Everyone bought into it, and it's been the right thing to do, and everyone's remained on track, even through the most brutal of times when I thought we were all going to need mental health support. So, history, of course, once you get into an organisation, you realise the complexity of history. Opened in 1977, the hospice in Southampton, and it was opened for the people of the Isle of Wight as well as Hampshire. It was the only hospice in that area, and around it, over the years, 4 other hospices grew in different locations. Earl Mountbatten, as I said, became independent in 1982, and then we rebranded it in 2017 as Mountbatten Isle of Wight, and the merger in 2019, merger, takeover, stroke partnership. What was really interesting, the story at Countess Mountbatten Hospice, was they had been responsible for opening the hospice on the island. So therefore, they felt a kind of ownership of it and couldn't work out that it was somehow the other way around now. I had a conversation with one of our esteemed medical consultants on the day I arrived, and she said, oh, we're really glad you've done this. She said, but you can go back to the island now and we'll get on with it. And it was like, don't really think that's how this is going to work. So history and story has been a really important process. And culture, of course, which has been particularly brutal. Never ever think that hospices are full of nice people. They're not, and I had to really seriously question my own behaviour throughout this process a number of times. There was a lack of shared values, the behaviours and expectations. There was arrogance, hidden kindness and care, really good care going on, but that really wasn't the focus. And I think the staff were keen for developments, but they didn't want to go through the change process. They didn't want to buy into what was really needed. And when we arrived, it was really awkward because what was going on there needed huge focus and improvement, which is a really difficult message to an organisation. So what we did was we arranged a mock CQC inspection, and it came out as requires improvement. And that was probably one of the best things we did because it was an objective view of this organisation at that moment in time, and it gave us the real focus of what we needed to do. And that's why 2 years later, or 18 months later, getting a good rating from the CQC was so important to that organisation. It was absolutely phenomenal. We did huge amounts of work on values development, calling each other to account. Me too, people saying, you know what, your behaviour isn't okay. And people should be able to say that, and we should be able to say it to each other. And I guess one of the most, for myself as a CEO, one of the most surprising things I found was how I moved between the 2 hospices and had to behave differently in each one. I don't know if that makes sense. There was a different style needed in each of those hospices, and I found that really quite difficult to move between the two. I was saying to someone yesterday, I haven't yet fallen in love with the hospice in Southampton, and that is my aim, to do that, because I need to, and they need to understand that they've got real leadership and leadership that's brought in there. Part of the problem with that, of course, is I couldn't be there all the time. So I'm there half the week, and that proves to be difficult. But of course, you rely on a senior team. There are only 5 of us. It's the same senior team that ran at the Isle of Wight. We haven't expanded it in any way. And that's been extraordinary, that team. How close we've become, how kind of effective I think we've become as a team by having to get through this. And I really thank all of them for everything they've done. So I guess I'm going to have to come to the end. I could go on forever, but will we do it again? Absolutely. It was the right thing to do. I would encourage all of you to look at this as a possibility. Size matters, influence matters in the local system. Becoming indispensable matters. And I think, you all know that. But I always think, people say to me, well, what's the optimum size? How big can you get before you would be too big? I don't know the answer to that. But actually, one of the questions we really should be asking ourselves is, what is the optimum size? And actually, when is a hospice too small to have the impact it needs? It's the other way around for me. It's not thinking about the bigness, it's the smallness. And I think we do need to start talking to each other about how that might look in the future. Of course, we took the hospice over, and this whole language thing was interesting because it caused absolute havoc. We were so keen to get this over the line. University Hospital talked about partnership to the staff. The commissioners talked about merger, and we talked about takeover. And we used different language. And suddenly, on the day when we arrived, it's like, oh, this isn't a partnership, is it? It's like, well, hopefully it will become one. But actually, at the moment, we're coming in and we're running this place. And that was a shock to a lot of people. There are fundraising pressures, and COVID in many ways was helpful to us because it gave us a common story, a common cause to come together and really work together. But now I guess we're struggling with creating a hospice in that the local community can love. Everyone thinks it's been run by the NHS. They haven't supported it financially. So we're currently, 3 years later, going out with a huge comms campaign about who we are. And that's been delayed because of COVID. So we are financially struggling this year. And we'll get through it because we have the money to do it, but it's not easy. And we're going to have to really rethink how we move forward and what we do. We will move towards a full merger between the two organisations. That's always part of our plan, and that probably will happen in the next year to 2 years. There are other ways of working together, of course. And we have set up the Hampshire Hospice Collaborative, the Independent Hospice Collaborative, where we're trying our best to work together. I don't think we've achieved huge amounts yet, apart from we're talking to each other, which I think we wouldn't have done 3 to 5 years ago in the same way. Some of my colleagues are here today, so I won't say very much. But whether that has the kind of capacity to have the impact it needs is, we will wait to be seen. So that's where I want to stop. I mean, Robert Twycross in 2005 spoke at Cicely Saunders' memorial service in Westminster Abbey, and he talked about movements becoming monuments. And I guess we need to make sure that hospices keep moving. And I think part of that, you can imagine ICSs, hospices together in some form. I think takeover, merger gives us the possibility of getting the leadership right, or it gets the complications out of the way of that. But whether that's right for everyone, I don't know. We would do it again, and I'm waiting for the next time. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. So our next speaker who's moving to the podium is Stuart Marks, CEO of the Rennie Grove Peace, get it right in a minute, sorry. Rennie Grove Peace Hospice Care, sorry.
Don't apologise, I get it wrong all the time. and it's my job. Hello, I'm Stuart. It is a great pleasure to be here and to have the opportunity to share a bit of our story with you. And I'm going to really just talk quickly about the period that covers from mid-2020 until now. Although working together, the organisations that I'm going to talk about, Rennie Grove and Peace, have been doing so quite collaboratively since 2018. And in fact, in 2019, along with the Hospice of St Francis in Berkhamsted, we jointly provide a rapid personalised care service delivering fast-track care to West Herts. So I'm going to start with a little bit of history and then rattle through where we're at. Rennie Grove started in 1985 when 5 friendly nurses who knew a man called Ian looked after him at home. In 1993, Dr. Mary Grove set up a day hospice in St Albans, and in 2011, those two charities, Ian Rennie Hospice at Home and Grove House, merged together. So we've already, in this organisation of Rennie Grove, been through a merger already, and there are still some of our staff today who were in one or two of those organisations. At the end of 21-22, Rennie Grove had looked after about 3,000 people in the year, and over 90% of those people died at home, which was when they had described their preferred place of death. It's got 26 shops and a turnover of about £13 million. Peace Hospice Care started in 1991 when the Peace Memorial Hospice building was decided to become a new hospice for the area around Watford. A day centre opened in a porta cabin in the main build next to the main building, and following some extensive restoration, Peace Hospice opened in the September of 1996. In 2005, community services were started, a hospice at home service was set up, and an outpatient service opened by Her Royal Highness the Princess Michael of Went, who is the royal patron of Peace Hospice Care. In 2020-21, it was looking after 981 patients, had 9 shops and a turnover of about 7 million. The other thing to note is that it has an IPU and Rennie Grove didn't. The community work is a palliative response team that goes out very quickly to look after patients. So I'm just going to talk now a few key events that happened to us in the last couple of years. The first, if you don't know him already, is down to Declan Carroll. It's really all his fault. He left Peace Hospice Care in 2020 to take up the job of Chief Executive of the North London Hospice, and they're bloody lucky to have him. But at that time, and with that opportunity, a chairs discussion started between the two organisations about, was this a time to have a conversation about working more collaboratively together? And we decided it was. And initially, we set up a group of 6 trustees, the chairs, the vice chairs, and the company secretaries from both organisations, as well as myself and Jackie Tritton, who had taken over from the chief executive post at Peace. Those group of trustees decided we should work collaboratively together and we should pick 2 projects to test ourselves on. One of them was a learning and development project, which meant that we'd create one learning and development team across both organisations, and also we would look at and reviewing our outpatient services. But in all of that, and at that time, we were also very clear that we should not shy away from using the word merger. Was that possible? Is that what we want? Would that be good? But we needed to believe that that was going to be a good thing. And so we also started to develop what we've now referred to as the reasons to believe. We talked early about if a merger was possible, what would it look like? And we decided a group structure would be right. We should start a new organisation to sit above both of our charities. And we thought, well, if we're going to do this, we better set ourselves a timeline of some time, and we decided that actually let's look towards 1 April 2022. The other big thing that happened that year for us, and I think the sector as a whole, was the Future Vision programme from Hospice UK. This was key for us as organisations because it really helped us focus on what it was going to be like in the future and gave us a real reason to believe that preparing ourselves and sustaining ourselves for the future when both organisations were very strong was the right thing to do. The 9 principles of sustainability, of course, were really important to us. And at the away days of both organisations in November of the year, they considered the collaborate element of those principles. We decided if we were going to work together, we needed to do some MOUs and some NDAs, and we signed them at the end of December so that we could look at doing things together. The reasons to believe for us are as follows, and although on the screen you can look at them, and I'm not going to talk about all of them, but the first one was, do we have a shared charitable purpose and vision? And were we able to optimise patient and family care? And were we able to support a preferred place of death? We believed that that was a good thing, and we both believed it, so it was confidence to us to move forward. We also thought, what were the opportunities to increase the reach of our services? Rennie Grove provides palliative and end-of-life care to adults and children, and so there was an opportunity to provide that service or the children's services into South West Hearts area where Peace was. We also were able to access medical team, which Rennie Grove didn't have within its employment. And we also thought that we'd be able to extend the reach of our hospice at home model, as well as reviewing our outpatients work. We also thought that we would be able to improve our engagement with the ICSs, the ICBs and the PCNs. But that was because actually we thought there were too many of us around, and one less hospice would make that slightly easier for us. We also recognised, of course, improved fundraising from the community and the population was possible, and we could income generate more from our retail and trading estate. We also thought that we had improved education and offering internally and externally. The L&D project by this time made us think that that was right. And we also believed, and one of the strongest things that I talked about at the very early stages of this is both organisations had comms teams. They were about 5 people strong, and we recognised that to be able to grow forward, that we would probably need to invest money in those teams to be able to communicate and market ourselves well. By merging together, we suddenly have a team of 10. We would never have been able to do that as individual organisations. And then we wanted to have a look at reducing our cost and duplication. It was not, though, a driving point of having a conversation about merger. Neither of us have decided to come together to reduce our costs or cut our costs. We do recognise that at some point it will be a benefit, but it wasn't a main driver for what we wanted to do. By the time we get to 2021, we agreed those reasons to believe and started to look at them more strategically. We also came up with some 9 conditions of approval, elements and items that we believed that to be able to agree to merger, we needed to have these things in place. We needed a high-level agreement about our leadership structure. We also needed to think about what our medium to financial term plan was. We also had to think about what change of management and structures would need to be in place. We developed a project plan. It was kind of out there and a bit wild, but it was there. And we started to think about strategic planning. And of course, then we entered into due diligence, and we ran that privately. We decided that we would just do that with ourselves and the organisations. We both felt that our trustee groups were strong enough to look at that. And when we did need some external support in that, we went to Hayes McIntyre, who were the auditors of both of our organisations. But the big thing that happened during January into August of 2021, because of all these conversations were happening, and because a group of trustees had come together, we really built trust in the leadership and the trustee teams, which was vitally important for us. The trustees in both organisations have from the very beginning of this, been extremely supportive and very open about this idea of merging together. There's been no kind of idea of tanks on the lawn. There's been no fallout about conversations. It's actually been fairly straightforward, if that's true. But there you are. I think it is. In the latter part of 2021, we then did a number of other things. We appointed some legal advisors. We engaged the support of Claire Henry Associates to look at our clinical work and help our clinical team have a plan and an aim and a vision about what we might want to do. And we appointed East Side Prime Timers to support us in a project management activity. We created, or East Side helped us create a big project plan of absolutely every single bit that we needed to do. And they reviewed the internal privately run due diligence work and developed our business case. The board away days, by this time in November again of 2021, agreed, having looked at the business case, having reviewed the due diligence and understood the project plan, decided to continue to move forward. And we agreed at that point a kind of governance and executive structure about how the new organisation may look. And then finally, we created a shadow board. So we pulled together the trustees of both organisations who wanted to move forward into the new organisation and brought them forward as a shadow board. At the beginning of 2020, we appointed me. I'm very lucky to get this job, and I love it. Not maybe necessarily every single day, but I do love it, and I'm very lucky. And we also assimilated our senior management teams into an executive board. We moved our target date to 1 October. We decided that actually we needed to ensure that we got it right, not got it done. So we wanted to be very clear that it was actually what was to happen. And then in March of this year, our both boards of trustees actually approved moving to merger. For Rennie Grove, that was a little bit more complicated because it's a membership organisation with 104 members. So we made an announcement to merge in June to everybody. We hadn't told anybody very much about it, so it was a bit of a surprise for quite a lot of folk. It wasn't a surprise for us who'd been in it for 2 years, but actually it was a really good announcement. And the picture there shows myself and Jackie and our 2 chairs of trustees, Stephen and Jeremy. Jeremy is now the chair of Rennie Grove Peace Hospice Care. So when we made that announcement, we had 3 key items that we wanted to be really sure about and very focused on. This merger is about serving a wider range of services to support people in West Herts and Bucks to live as well as possible as they near the end of their lives. It's about reaching and developing new and enhanced services to reach all of those sections of the local community and meet their changing needs. And it's about strengthening our combined voice to secure the resources needed to ensure every local person receives the care that they need when they need it. In July, we held an extraordinary general meeting at Rennie Grove to persuade our members that this was the right thing to do. 96% of those who voted approved the changes to Rennie Grove's Mem and Arts, which allowed us to progress to this merger. I'm really pleased about that, and for a very long time I was very worried that they might say no, because if they did say no, we were a bit stuck. So today, where are we? We have registered Rennie Grove Peace Hospice Care at Companies House, but we have not yet had the Charity Commission approval. So we are currently a company, but not a charity. And the organisations continue to run as they do, as themselves. And Rennie Grove Peace Hospice Care has not traded one item. We started in October to merge and begin our integration across the staff team, and we held a board of directors meeting, not a board of trustees meeting yet. We are, however, preparing now for board committees, so a clinical governance committee, a risk and audit committee, a development, performance and operations committee, and we've got an investment committee as well. But we do still have 2 full boards of trustees and still are having board meetings, which will also come up at the end of the month. If the Charity Commission approval comes back, everything automatically falls into place and we won't need to have those trustee board meetings anymore, and we'll move forward as a Rennie Grove Peace Board of Trustees. But we are only on day 54. And that's day 54 of calendar days. It is actually only 40 of working days. So I'm quite happy about where we are today. The other thing that we're being really clear about is our communication with staff and volunteers. And we've been doing that fortnightly since we made the announcement in June. And in fact, the week before the 3rd of October and the 3 weeks following that, we made staff communications every single week to make sure people understood where we're going. I don't believe we've got that or have been hugely successful at making sure everybody understands, but we are making the best efforts we possibly can to describe what we're doing as bringing together the best of both organisations. So I'll leave you with this slide, which I always quite think is interesting, because I have no idea where we are on this slide right now. Sometimes I think, oh, we're forming, and then I think, oh no, hold on a minute, there's a bit of storming going on. And then I think, oh, things are settling down, we're beginning to norm, and then we whip right back to the beginning. And I recognise that absolutely every single part of our organisation is at different stages of this kind of structure in this wheel. But I do like a wheel, because it makes sure that we keep rolling forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stuart. Our next speaker is Dr. Debbie Talbot, who is now the Medical Director at St Giles Hospice in Staffordshire, but is going to be reflecting on post-merger research that she undertook when she was Medical Director at one of the 2 hospices that merged in Birmingham. So Debbie, over to you.
Thanks, Paul. So now for something a little bit different. I'm not going to talk to you about the nuts and bolts of our merger in Birmingham. Just for a little bit of a context, Birmingham St Mary's and John Taylor are 2 adult hospices in Birmingham, one serving the south side of the city, one serving the north side of the city. We'd already been working in partnership on various clinical projects and had a joint chair of trustees, and the decision was taken to merge the 2 hospices, and that merger progressed within 6 months, and those 2 hospices came together finally in August 2021. Now, my experience of being on the leadership team for that merger was that there is a lot of stories you hear about how to actually progress organisational mergers. There's quite a bit of literature about organisational mergers and how to get that done in terms of the nuts and bolts, so that structural integration of organisations. But actually, as medical director, I was most interested about what this merger was going to mean to our staff, and therefore what this merger was going to mean to our patients, because I guess we all know, don't we, actually, happy staff, happy patients. And actually, when I started looking for what was out there in terms of the impact that was likely to occur, I mean, I'd been lucky that actually over a number of years I'd been clinically working in both of these hospices. So I understood that although we had very, very similar vision, mission and values across the 2 organisations, actually clinically these organisations were working quite differently. And I was really interested in actually what the cultural risks were around our merger, and, you know, actually how much of that storming that we've just heard about we were going to have to go through from that point of view. And there wasn't really anything there. There were some bits written about organisational culture in healthcare, but absolutely no literature at all about hospice merger from that perspective. And a few case study pieces of literature about change management within hospices and partnership arrangements, but certainly nothing about full merger. So I did a piece of research, and this was the title, so what are the challenges for staff and how might they be addressed in terms of post-merger cultural integration? So the piece of work that I did was a deductive thematic analysis, and I used Johnson's cultural web. So for those of you not familiar with that, I'm just going to show you a little picture of what that looks like. So basically, I took these key documents from the organisation that were published after the formal date of merger on the 2nd of August 2021 up to the beginning of January of 2022. And I used Johnson's cultural web. I'll just show you this now. In terms of coding the data from those documents and actually trying to find out what the challenges were that had been faced and that were reported through the sort of post-merger reporting into the organisation, and what were the kind of things that had been proposed in terms of addressing those challenges from an impact on staff and cultural and organisational culture point of view. Now, I won't go through these in detail, these slides will be shared, but just in terms of summarising around Johnson, you'll see that Johnson's theory around organisational culture is that cultural paradigm is actually made up of various different sub-elements. So the stories that pervade within organisations, the symbols of those organisations and what are important to people that work there, something about power structures and organisational structures and hierarchies, control systems and the things that are put in place to actually organise an organisation, and then the rituals and routines that go on within the organisation. So because we're a little bit short on time, I will whiz through. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the learning that we gained from this piece of research, and then Simon's going to pick up with that in terms of how they moved that forward with that knowledge gained from the piece of work. I guess it's just always worth thinking when you do any piece of research, what are the strengths and weaknesses of this methodology? The data was very easily accessible to me as a member of the leadership team. The data was very specific to this case study. It was retrospective, so I looked at it, going back to the time of merger. So that's, so it wasn't influence. We didn't write things in board papers specifically to satisfy, oh, somebody's looking at what our cultural development is. But obviously, the weakness being there was a single coder, that was me. Potential researcher bias. Actually, my interpretation of that data might have been quite different in terms of my position in the organisation. And we always have to take into account that one organisation's experience is not necessarily the same as another organisation's experience. But I found, actually, through the assimilation of that data, that actually quite a lot of what was happening within the organisation from a culture point of view did fit with the broader literature around other types of organisations. And I guess that's one of the key things, really, is that actually we do kind of follow the same sort of trends in terms of sort of organisational development perspectives. So in terms of actually what the main findings were, as I've just discussed, the challenges that I identified that were there and loudest from a sort of staff perspective were very reflective of the literature on other healthcare mergers. The workforce were impacted in various ways, but in very similar ways to that described in the literature. And I think the key thing was that we identified quite early on in terms of our due diligence that not only did we have to think about that structural integration piece, but also that actually there were risks around these two cultures coming together. But what we didn't necessarily do is try to define those risks at the time and think about a forward-going plan about how we might minimise that risk. And Simon's going to talk a little bit more about how they'll, a little bit more about that learning and actually what the sort of future actioning in terms of that sort of cultural audit side of things. And the only sort of finding that sort of set us a little bit apart from other mergers, particularly within NHS settings, is that the symbols element within Johnson's cultural web was more prevalent. So actually, the identity of the organisation and the loyalty to the organisation and the brand of the organisation, am I a pink or am I a blue, they were much more prevalent in this group of hospice staff. And we might anticipate that given the amount of dependence that we have on our brand and our fundraising. So I'm not going to talk too much more about addressing the challenges because Simon's going to tell us a lot more about now where they're at and what they're doing at the moment. I'm going to whiz through these sections as well, so there's just a little bit more information about each of those domains within Johnson's cultural web and the key things that I found from the data. So just in terms of the overall cultural paradigm, I think the key finding was that there will always be differences between organisations in terms of their organisational cultures. If you identify quite early on that organisations have two very different cultures, then you need to have very realistic timescales in terms of bringing those organisations together, because there will be a lot more work to do. What we did find is that there was a significant dip in staff satisfaction immediately post-merger, but then that started to level out, and again, that's in common with the literature. And I guess the third main lesson was around communication. So we've just had colleagues talk about that endeavour to make sure that staff were always updated. We also did that very, very regularly, but basically the message is that there's never too much communication. Staff will always say, well, I didn't know about that, even if you feel you've said it 7 times. And one of the other things I think that we talked about very much at a leadership level was that actually having realistic goals around our cultural merging. One of the things that we initially set off to do was to create a new culture, so a new organisation that was going to take the best bits from each and become sort of this sort of new organisation, and the staff would identify with that organisation. And reading through the literature, it really did throw that challenge in about how realistic that is, because actually we had staff that had always worked on one site or always worked on another site, and we're always going to identify with these sites, and so there was always going to be that little bit of a difference depending on which building you were in. And then one of the other things was actually quite early on, there was quite a lot of a discussion about there's lots of negativity. We need to be much more positive. We need to try and squash the negativity. And again, what I found in terms of my reading is that that's not always the right approach. People need to tell their stories. People need to articulate how they're feeling about changes in an organisation. And actually just telling them to buck up and be positive is not always the right thing. In fact, it can entrench that resistance because they just feel that you as a leadership team are being insensitive. So I would say those are the sort of key findings around the cultural paradigm. And again, if you're interested in thinking about the key findings in the other domains, these slides will be shared afterwards, but I'm not going to go and discuss those in length. Power structures is one of the interesting ones that I will pick up on, is that actually what was being articulated in our board meetings and in our executive leadership team meetings was that one of the benefits of having the new organisation is that we would strive for a much flatter organisational structure where there was much more staff engagement, much more delegated decision making. But actually, in terms of the structural integration created by merger, you actually have to articulate that hierarchical governance structure, and therefore it's really difficult to escape that sense of hierarchy with your staff. And I think in terms of rituals and routines, again, it was really, really important to the staff around understanding what our commitment as a new organisation was going to be to their well-being. And so although we were, again, making very evident statements of intent around their well-being, they were craving more. So it's a bit like the communication. It's actually, tell them once, tell them twice, tell them a third time, actually what you're going to do in terms of keeping them safe post-merger. So I'll leave it there, and we'll hand over to Simon to tell you a little bit more about what's happening for this organisation at the moment.
Thank you, Debbie. 5 minutes left. We might get one or two.
I'll be really quick.
Can I say, if you want to put something on the slide, that'd be helpful. I've got 2 questions. They're running neck and neck. Good time to vote, because there may only be time for 1 question. Simon, where are you? Oh, he's gone that way now. I thought he was running away then.
I'm going to be really quick. I've worked on 2 mergers, the one that we're currently working on and gone through at Birmingham St Mary's and John Taylor, and one previously at the Donna Louise Children's Hospice and the Dougie Mack Hospice and Adult Hospice, and both are very different. One was driven through extreme financial crisis, and the one that we're working on now is about the bringing together of 2 organisations with a strategic alignment to support its beneficiaries. The work that Debbie led on was excellent in giving us a diagnostic of a point in time of where we are with the merger. And I think that really gave us an outline of the way forward. What was our learning? There's a sweet spot for this work in between a decision in principle by boards to merge and the actual merger itself, where there's a real hole, I think, for the workforce and the people that are slightly in no man's land. And actually, if we had our time again, we'd do that work that Debbie's just described at that point. And I think the benefit of that would have been that people would have been able to shape the future culture and behaviours and the values of the organisation earlier on at that point. We did that post-merger, and while that helped, I think if we did it previously, it would offer people more reassurance, help them see what that future might be like. However, there's still a period of healing that Debbie mentioned that will have to happen. And what it may do, I think, is expedite some of that healing for some. What it might do is mitigate the loss of some of those staff you didn't want to lose. But ultimately, it will give people a platform during a period of time which they feel they may not have a voice and feel quite helpless at that point. Other things to think about. Ultimately, the merger is about people. It's about our beneficiaries. It's about the people that are incredibly passionate about the care that they deliver. And however much you communicate it, it will never be enough. The ultimate thing that I think leading for me that I found most difficult is seeing people that you value and you know really care for the organisation in discomfort, because it's a change process that people feel a lot of pain, and that's quite hard to watch as an ex-nurse who cares for people, the very people that you're leading and supporting. That's quite difficult. So I think finding mechanisms to support people through that change process, investing in support for them, is absolutely critical for them, and I think probably for your own well-being leading on that. I'm not going to say any more, other than don't leave discussions about merger too late, because it means that it might be too late to find a partner who's willing to take you on. I've got a lot of gratitude for the Dougie Mack and their commitment for taking on the Donna Louise, who were in awful financial crisis when I joined them a couple of years before. If you can do it and you've got the stomach for it, have those conversations early. It will potentially be the best possible thing you can do for your beneficiaries, the people that work in the organisation that are really passionate about it, and it will certainly put you in a stronger position in terms of your discussions and negotiations with your ICBs about future funding. I'm not going to say any more. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to take a flyer on keeping you away from your potatoes and gravy for 5 more minutes and ask one question. Terry's question wins, and we're going to go to Nigel first. What are the advantages of a voluntary merger versus a formal agreement to collaborate?
I think it's a really interesting question. I've been thinking about it since Terry put it up, and I guess the issue for me at the heart of it is around leadership and an agreed who is actually going to make this work and who's going to take the lead, who's going to be the person that's going to be in charge, who's going to have the control, who's going to make the final decisions. And it's much harder to do that collectively. It's not impossible, but I find that much harder. So I guess I don't think there's a clear answer to it. And there are probably advantages to both if you've got the right people and you're having the right discussions. I don't know if that answers the question, but I think it's a really complex, interesting question that people will have different views on.
Thank you. Stuart?
I think there's an element of if you just have a formal agreement to collaborate, there is the opportunity not to continue and not to commit, and also to withdraw at some point. And I think there's a much bolder decision to make about merger. And the ultimate decision is how will it impact the people that you're caring for, and how will it impact your patient and your families. And so I think merging is better for our two organisations than collaborating, and it's been the right thing for us to do.
Thank you. I'm going to put this question now to Simon, partially because he's the CEO and partially because he's had less airtime than anybody else. Simon.
I'm a pretty large advocate of merger as long as it's for the right reasons. And the reasons that have just been mentioned by Stuart has got to be the primary driver, and it's about maintaining and delivering excellent services for your community, not just now but into the future. And that's got to be the primary focus. I think the challenge in that is often those decisions require changing thinking by people that have been very committed for a long period of time to the delivery of care in either a voluntary a capacity or a paid capacity. And that takes bravery, and it might mean that people have to put their personal feelings and thoughts aside and step away from something that they might love and cherish for the greater good. And I think that's really hard for people.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm really sorry we've not had time to discuss this more because it's such an important and live issue, but I make just one comment, which is behind all of these stories, actually, you've heard, haven't you, the care, the compassion, the thought, the detail, the communication, the attention you need to pay. This is a people thing, and you have to go gently and go back to the conversation we had with Jason in session 1. You've got to do it with love. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you for our panel.
Close the doors, I think. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming along to this last session. I can't believe we've reached our last plenary. It has been a full-on week, I hope you've all enjoyed it, learnt something. It has been amazing. So if anybody was in my session earlier in the week and the technical issues that we experienced, you'll know that I am truly delighted that our speaker is here in person. Absolutely delighted for that. Before I come on to introduce Robin, I just have a few prizes to announce. So we have the winner of the poster competition, the winner of the stamp card winners, and also the Walk of Fame winners. So I'm just going to announce those first before we then move on to announce our Innovation in Income Generation Award. So in terms of the poster competition, the winner is number 93, the author Paula Boyle. It's around neurodivergent grief and working together to support pre- and post-bereaved children and young people. And the panel judging felt that the evidence was so strong that this was the clear leader in the poster competition. So your prize will be coming out to you. In relation to the... In relation to the stamp cards and the vouchers that you have won, and also I see here there's a box of wine. I wish I'd known. I would have entered that competition. They never told me that. So our 5 winners are Amy Leith from St Michael's Hospice, Andrew Selby from Clare House Children's Hospice, Amanda Darley from the Prince of Wales Hospice, Nick Pouffet from Kate's Home Nursing, and Anne Nichols from St Michael's Hospice. So your prizes and vouchers will be coming out to you after this event. In relation to the winners to the Walk of Fame, we had a lot of fun in the office pulling the Walk of Fame together, I tell you. The 2 winners are Gabby O'Grady from St Leonard's Hospice in York and Maria Langford, the Royal Trinity House Hospice. So again, your prizes will be coming out to you after this event. So we just have one prize, one final award to make, and this is to announce the Give Panel Innovation in Income Generation Award. And I'm going to hand over to Faith Dukes from Give Panel to announce the winner.
Thank you, Rowena. Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to those here both in Glasgow and online for this last award of 2022. The Hospice UK Awards are a special way of celebrating the incredible contribution of some really inspirational people who've made such a massive difference to hospice and end-of-life care across the UK. Give Panel is proud to work with hospices throughout the UK and Ireland to help them raise more for their causes through emerging fundraising technologies on social media. We believe that innovation is key to progress, and so are thrilled to support this award for innovation in income generation. So without further ado, I'd like to announce the Innovation in Income Generation Award, and the winner is Tulips at Tappin from the Norfolk Hospice. The award is being accepted by Lindsay Atkin.
And I'd just like to say a massive congratulations to all our award winners this year. The projects have been really inspirational. So well done, everyone. So moving on now to something else more inspirational. I am delighted that Robin Reynolds is able to join us today. For those of you that joined the trustee conference in September, Robin and his colleagues gave a really fascinating presentation that generated a huge amount of interest and conversation. Things have moved on a bit since September, haven't they? The world has changed quite considerably in those few months. So, Robin, we're delighted to hear from you. And over to you.
Thank you. I'm going over there. Just wait patiently a moment, please. Thank you. I sit down too long, I like to walk. So if I do pace, I'm going to speak from that one and then come back here, okay? Thank you all. I'm Robin Reynolds. I work for Barclays. It's an absolute honour and privilege to talk to you all today. Thank you for including me in this session. I know this is the last of 3 days. So thank you for listening. We're going to have a quiz to start. If you were here for one of the early sessions, I think on Tuesday, Paul Jennings talked about what would Toby's walk-on music be. Well, let's just flip that round. What would Paul Jennings' walk-on music be? That's a good question. So with your left hand, if you think it is Paranoid by Black Sabbath, raise your left hand. If you think it is Ace of Spades by Motorhead, raise your right hand. And if you think it is Walk the Line by Johnny Cash, please stand up. I think there are more right hands, so you think it's Ace of Spades. I think it's actually Paranoid by Black Sabbath, bearing in mind he's a Birmingham lad and loves the whole Ozzy Osbourne thing. So, Paul, if you're there, please confirm. Get in, come on, 1-0 to us. Well done, team. Hello, if you are live streaming, I'm sorry you couldn't participate in that, but if you want to Google the next question, we won't do you down. But in the room, you can't Google the next question. So, 2 weeks after Elvis passed away, something happened. It was the launch of Voyager 2, followed swiftly by Voyager 1. So the first question is, how far away from the Earth is Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 at the moment? Still going. If you look up a website called NASA Voyager mission, it's got live tracking. They're still going. My favourite TV programme on Amazon Prime is The Farthest. If you haven't watched it, it's the best 90 minutes you're going to invest this year, honestly. So, left hand, 10 billion miles. Right hand, 14 billion miles. Stand up, 16 billion miles. Left hand, 10. Right hand, 14. Stand up, 10. Those right-handers, well done. It's 14.8 billion miles. Love that. And then the last question, because it's all linked to space. Bearing in mind that Voyager left us 45 years ago, how far does light travel in 1 year? Is it, left hand, 2 trillion kilometres? Right hand, 6 trillion kilometres? Or stand up for 10 trillion kilometres? All those of you standing up, well done, thank you. 10 trillion kilometres. What's the point of this madman up on stage? This is about longevity and thinking long term and putting stuff in perspective. Very, very important to have a perspective on anything you do, specifically in the investment world. So light travels 10 trillion kilometres, or let's call it 6 trillion miles in a year, and yet Voyager that left us 45 years ago has only done almost 15 billion miles. So it's got a long way to go to get that light year, and the closest thing to Earth is at least 3 light years away. So it is a significant distance. So I did that just so you could get through this slide without feeling too bad. Let's just talk about some stuff. We're not going to talk about past performance and give you any specific investment advice in this conversation. This is just a conversation around things to think about when you're preparing for what do we do with our reserves. So I'll give you 10 seconds just to think about that. 10 seconds is a long time when you're quiet. It's not 10 seconds. Right. Let's talk about the current challenges you all think about and face. Let's think about what potential opportunities there could be. Let's invest some time together in a really important point about an investment policy. And it might be a slightly dry bit. We won't spend too long on it, but I want to just talk about that for a bit. And then a topic that's probably very clear and in everyone's agenda is investing responsibly, and how do we do that? I'm sure you have seen the news, but let's just think about some important things that have happened, and probably the most, from a financial perspective, the key thing is inflation. Just want you to have a couple of moments to get your eyes used to this slide. There's 3 lines on there. The grey one is the United Kingdom, the dark blue one is the US economy, and the light blue one is the European economy. And as you can see, things track pretty much together over the years. And here we've seen this spike. We're all familiar with it. It's driving potentially the cost of living crisis in the UK. But interestingly, and this isn't a Barclays view, this is just market expectations on where inflation will go. We don't make specific predictions on any of those key things, but we work with various economists and analysts who do. You can see that there's the expectation that by the end of next year, inflation will be back to kind of where it was 2 or 3 years ago, which was quite a manageable state. So we're in this spike scenario, and it's something that clearly we need to be aware of. Interest rates are used as one of the main vehicles to control inflation. Now, at the moment, that could give opportunity for some short-term, medium-term cash reserves. You could be looking at interest rates that perhaps we haven't seen for some time, going, that's quite nice. Absolutely right. You know, there's an opportunity here to perhaps take advantage of that. Many organisations and individuals have used the pandemic to be very conservative with a small c with their finances and build up reserves both individually and corporately. And so what's interesting is actually if you're fundraising, people aren't going, well, I haven't got the spare X that I would normally contribute. Actually, I have. And what we're finding is there's opportunity to continue to receive donations and gain fundraising without too much stress in the donor base that individuals have been working with. The other point is a huge number of individuals have taken out fixed rate mortgages over the years. So therefore, even though interest rates are on the rise, and the mortgage cost is typically the one thing that hurts us the most as it rises, the impact of that's quite muted at the moment. So even though interest rates are up, so depositors could take advantage, the mortgage market is pricing different rates and pricing higher, of course, but the impact is slightly more muted than perhaps the newspapers would have you believe. And that's probably one of the reasons why I used the silly examples before, is that let's look with a reference point that is longer term rather than simply the last or the next 3 months. There needs to be a slightly longer term view in terms of our thinking for those longer term reserves. For the medium term reserves, this chart is very exciting. You know, if you've got a project that you're thinking about funding in the next 12 to 18 months and you go, what do we do with our money? Well, you're going to get a better return on it now than you would have done 3 months ago. So let's look at short, medium and long terms. The reserves that you have all stewarded really well over the last number of years, but especially through the pandemic, we would always allocate with you when working with a client to make sure it's not in one big bucket. You've specifically allocated. So if there is a plan or an objective to build, refurb, help expand, whatever part of our hospice we're working on, that allocation of capital is set. We wouldn't then go, let's put that into something that has risk attached to it. You only attach risk, and risk is your friend over the long term, not your enemy. It's your enemy over the short term, so you don't use risk as a trade for a 2 or 3 year period. You only stick with cash. Those interest rates are your medium-term reserve pot, are really exciting. Your longer-term reserve pot is where we would look at a nice diversified portfolio of assets that allow you access to capital markets to take advantage of inflationary moves, to take advantage of the belief in the economic cycle that actually things do get better and grow, and over time we'll see positive outcomes, as we always have done, through the ingenuity of growth in particularly developed countries and also the emerging market countries. So having a long-term reserves policy is really important. And I think that's just, it's worth just investing, as you have done perhaps, or maybe thinking about now, just investing some time in terms of what's our plan. Now, you'll be planning constantly in terms of the short term, absolutely fine. You know, strategically thinking about what's going to happen in the next 12 to 18 months, but that long-term plan and that long-term reserves policy is crucial to get right, and we work with a number of our clients on that basis. Busy slides, sorry about that. We're going to share these, so I think these all go around, Rowena, don't they, afterwards? So if you want to make notes on this, don't panic, it's coming as part of the follow-up pack. But just to give you an idea in terms of when you are investing that time, what you need to think about. And these are the questions we would ask, these are the questions and topics we'd go through with you. One of the classic questions is point 4, which is how risky. So finding out how comfortable individuals and trustees are and boards are with risk is a really detailed and deep conversation. And that's something that we would invest time with you on. We're going to come on to point 5 a bit later, because that's an important, current, and has been for a long time, but it's now very much a current and important point to consider and discuss. So as you can see, just going, let's invest some money, doesn't quite cut it. We need to think about a plan and build it and execute together. There are a number of board members here today, a number of trustees here today. You all have that fiduciary responsibility. You know that, you carry it out excellently. But it's working with the board and making sure the board comes to the right conclusions on things is a very important part of the relationship that we have. And I think it's crucial that when debating how to structure that long-term pot, how to navigate current financial markets, that everyone's in concert. Sorry, I like waving my hands around, apologies. Everyone's in concert together. When making a decision, behavioural finance comes into play really well. And so human bias is a really important thing to acknowledge and then work through. So recency bias, for example, in terms of do we all do end-of-year appraisals for all of our team? You know, it's not thinking about the last 3 months of what they've delivered for us. It's talking about the last 12 months. Recency bias, oh, someone hasn't particularly done a great job, right, we'll mark them down for the last 3, but of course it's the whole year. What have they done over the whole year? Recency bias is a really interesting one to avoid. Loss aversion is a classic, that one feels more sad by losing 10 than they are excited by gaining 10. So we fear the loss more than we get excited by the gain, even if it was the same number. So loss aversion plays a significant part in decisions, and sometimes that holds the decision process back a little bit. And therefore, you know, working it through, building a plan and executing on that framework is really important, because it takes away some of that potential bias that an individual may overlay on what needs to be a really sensible and balanced investment decision. And availability bias, I only discovered that a couple of months ago in terms of the stuff that comes readily to mind. So, for example, current news influences our decision on a number of things. You look at the UK political environment at the moment, and you kind of go, wow, okay, how does that work? But what about thinking back over the last 2 or 3 years in terms of, I'm sorry, I will get used to this, I'm sorry. The last 3 or 4 years in terms of considering, rather than the last 3 or 4 weeks of decisions, what's happening in the next 10 years rather than what's happening in the next 2 months. That's taking that longer term view is really, really important, because if you can, that will allow opportunity. Hence, that's why, going back to the reserves conversation, making sure you clearly define the 3 pots is absolutely crucial, because then when you've defined that long-term pot, you know you've got the ability to take a longer-term plan. By the way, I have no idea where that is, but I'd like to go there. environmental, societal and governance, or ESG, sustainability, green investing, all perhaps lenses that you currently look through, may look through, might start thinking about having to look through in terms of decisions you're making. I know you've had a session on sustainability in terms of how you, as individual hospices, might look to move forward. Paul and I were at the Barclays offices in Glasgow earlier looking at our sustainable campus. We've been here for a couple of years and it's almost a carbon zero office now in terms of its setup, and how you can bring those types of ideas to both broader organisations and individual hospices is very, very important. But in terms of investments, all of those lenses can be quite challenging. You know, the current environment, what does it all actually mean? So it's helping you on your journey to make a sensible investment decision. Because personal bias can come in and you go, I don't like that company. We shouldn't be investing there. Well, that may not be the right investment outcome. So looking at ethical restrictions is important, but then environmental support is then how do we invest environmentally, societally and with governance to ensure that we get to the right outcomes. So let's talk about ethical restrictions. So the vast number of portfolios that are run by the whole investment world will probably exclude gambling, pornography, arms, tobacco. Kind of your four main ones that are automatically arbed away so that you don't have to go, I'm not sure we should be. They're taken away. But then you look at things like, and let's look at the material sector here. This is an example. There's two ends of the telescope on this one. Don't own stuff that's bad, that's producing stuff that's impacting our greenhouse gases, just don't own it. Or own it because we need to help them on the journey to get us to where we need to be. So without them, for example, how do we get the copper out of the ground to build the electric cars that we need to reduce carbon emissions from the cars that aren't electric at the moment? Well, we've got to mine it, and that needs oil and it needs other stuff. So you can either say, no, we're not in any of that, or we're in it, but we're influencing. And that's a crucial conversation to get comfortable with and be part of. So one of the things that Barclays has done over the last 24 months, I'll come back to why it's only the last 24 months, is we now vote at AGMs on stock that we own. So therefore, if the board of that corporate say we're going to do A, B and C and they don't live up to that, then we vote against them actively in the AGMs. And we've now voted at 174 AGMs in the last 24 months. Some positively, some negatively. Historically, if you own a share, it's held in a nominee company. Sorry to get technical on you for a sec. So it's not on the balance sheet of the organisation. So for example, Barclays don't own the shares, we have them in a nominee company. So therefore it's ring-fenced away, it's client monies, nothing can impact it at all. But that nominee company is passive. So historically, everyone who's owned equities or bonds has never voted at AGMs because this is a passive pot. It's just there as a house, as a custodian. But actually we've gone, hang on a second, we've got a voice here. We can do something here. We can actually make a difference. So the impact of having that voice and making those challenges helps influence the conversation. If you, again, come on, Robin. If you own the stock, you have a voice at the table. You can influence the decision, you can influence the board. If you don't own the stock, you may feel better about yourselves, but there's no debate. And that is how you get to, and that's not a right answer or wrong answer, that's the journey that you go on when you're making ethical decisions as a board of trustees and a board of governors of and stewards of the assets that you're looking after. So it's that intellectual conversation is really, really important. And it's not one to gloss over and it's not one to shy away from, but it's a really important one, okay? I don't think I want to make another comment on that other than there may be, so There are a number of agencies that will give you an ESG rating on a company, which is quite useful, quite helpful, because as independent investors, you can then do your own research. So MSCI, which is one of the big index providers, produces an ESG report on most companies, and therefore you can see an ESG rating. Now, some of those ratings are on a score out of 1 to 5, are actually quite useful, because you go, hey, I'm investing in this, and then a 4.5 out of 5, great, good place to be. But what about those ones that are scoring 2 at the moment, but on a massive tangential journey to be on a 5 in 2 years' time, where you go, okay, let's support them on their journey. So using that data doesn't mean a low score is bad, but it does show you where that individual organisation, company, fund is. So if you're doing some independent research, the MSCI ESG reports are very, very helpful to support you in any decisions that you make. We love a graph and a curve in investment worlds, and this is one of the best ones I know. So rather than where to invest, it's how do we feel on the investment journey. And this has an impact for all of us. So I won't read all of them, but you could argue that in the current environment, many people are in between fear and panic at the moment. If you were then to overlay performance of investment markets on this, you'll see similarities in terms of where they are, but investment markets will move more quickly than this curve. So at the point of capitulation, typically investment markets have already started to move higher. So just at the point where you're giving up, things are moving. Or even before you started to give up, things have started to move. And it's just helping our clients on that journey with how we invest, where we invest, what we're doing. So it's an educational, conversational piece. The key to this for me is, if you're a long-term investor, if you're prepared to commit a pool of assets for a long term, then this curve kind of flattens. You don't get caught up in it because you go, well, we're in this for a 10-year plus investment time horizon. We're not worried because we know it's a long journey. We've allocated assets correctly. Our short and medium term reserves absolutely comfortably cover everything we need to worry about. So therefore the long-term pot is exactly that. And we then don't fall foul of this middle ground. Are you putting your hand up, Toby? No, not a question? No, sorry. That's a great question from the CEO. Sorry, sir. So the longer term you can be, the flatter this curve becomes. So you don't have the deep depression when markets are moving, because you go, that's just the nature of them. We're in and we're prepared to ride the storm. And that's an important place to be. That long-term element, I know I've said it several times, but it's really key to investing. If you're going to commit, you've got to be long-term. If someone says to me, Robin, and let's just say this is an individual rather than a hospice, Robin, in 3 years' time, I'm going to buy a big boat with all my money and sail around the world. Should I invest? No. Just keep it in cash, buy your boat, have a fun time. Robin, I'm going to buy a big boat in 20 years' time. Great. Let's start putting some of that money to work, because you've got the ability to take that long-term view. You can ride the economic cycle, and this curve for you flattens. It doesn't get as steep in that drop. So you're not in desperation, you're not in panic or capitulation when you're investing, because you've allocated your assets correctly. One of the things that I'm really interested in is what has happened to dividend income. Because one of the reasons you invest is the capital growth. But actually, a large number of our clients go, but the income that comes off this capital pot is really, really supportive, really helpful. And some, okay, we don't need it because we've got some great income flows here, so we reinvest. But others go, actually, no, that's brilliant for supportive for various projects that we're doing. So if we just look at, and the years on the bottom there are the 2020s. So 3 back is 2020, 2019. You can see that drop off of dividend income around the world because everything shut down, right? Absolutely accepted. But what's really interesting is 21 and what's expected in 2022, broadly the same and getting back to, you know, income levels that we saw 16, 17, not quite 18 and 19, but certainly growing. And so that gives me real interest and confidence in where the economic cycle is moving us to. You know, that dividend flow is really powerful, really supportive for an investment journey, and you've got this drive upwards. So if you think back, we've got pots of reserves, so people haven't pushed themselves too hard, too far. They've been prudent. We've got rising income levels if, for short-term money, you're thinking of interest rates. And you've got rising income levels from your equity investment. So you've kind of got a real perfect storm that may feel really tough at the moment, but over the coming months, potentially year, things will start to settle down. You'll see an opportunity for have you allocated, or if you have already allocated, great. You can now look at how that portfolio's performed over a long period rather than looking now and going, cool, that's tough. We know it's tough, absolutely right. But by sensible allocation of assets, sensible allocation of reserves, you're going to do a great job. I'm going to give you 15 seconds to read that. Here comes the next quiz, everybody. It doesn't, that's a lie. So you'll see that on our, just standard stuff. There's nothing to be worried about on that, but I need to show it to you. We're going to have some questions if we need them, but I know this is the last session, so people might be itchy to get home. I'm not, so I don't think you're keeping me, but if you want to ask some questions, we've got online stuff, I think, or we've got hands in the room. I'll happily take anything, any debate, any conversation. Would anyone like to throw us anything, or is it anything online already? Fab, do you want to throw the question already? Shall I stay over here?
Yeah, you can do.
Because I keep bashing this one, so rather than bash that one as well, I might just break this one properly.
Yeah, break that one properly. Yeah. That will work. So it's a really interesting question, and for those of us that have been around in the sector for a while, this question comes up a lot. Basically, should we be pooling our assets? Would we have greater influence, hedge ourselves against risk proportionally if we pooled our reserves? That's what you were asking, isn't it, Mark? Yeah. So should hospices come together and pool their reserves to hedge against risk, or are we better making individual hospice decisions?
That is a really good question.
I know.
I love that question. Personal view, but also professional view. So you'd always treat an individual client and their needs and wants individually. So if we looked after a family of individuals, husband, wife, and children, you'd have different needs of the family. We wouldn't go, here's one size and it fits all, right? So that'd be that's my immediate reaction. Because do you get better pricing of returns the bigger you are? Not really. You know, if you own an investment in the FTSE 100, pricing these days, it's the same at £50,000 as it is at £50 million. So I don't think that the pricing benefits don't impact. So therefore the economies of scale don't come into play. And I think the key thing is unless 2 or 3 hospices have exactly the same board and therefore exactly the same feelings about stuff, that would be the only time you go, maybe, but still, you know, oh, we need to borrow that bit now. When I say borrow, take that bit out now, we need that bit then. You start to mix too many paints together. I think you keep your red, your green and your blue separate, would be my view.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. So we've got some other ones. People are really thinking about this. They're going to put you on the spot. So why are the markets always ahead of us in the despondency curve? And then do they just not live there? Do they just not live in that despondency curve?
So what prices an equity is the expectation of all the future dividends that it will pay out. That's your basic pricing of an equity. So in other words, that's not looking at today and going, that's going. Okay, based on where we see the world going the next 10 years, what income streams do we think this company is going to be receiving and therefore paying out, and we value the equity accordingly. So, for example, in the technology world, over the last 12 months, things have really been kicked around because the market goes, well, actually maybe they're not quite going to get as much income from that as they thought, and therefore we'll mark them down. So a number of economic factors come into play, and a number of economic outputs are looked at. So inflationary data is not what's inflation today, but what's the expectation of inflation in 5 years' time, and therefore interest rate expectations. So the market is already thinking 5 to 10 years ahead. So as the Fed Reserve or the Bank of England or the European Central Bank makes some decisions and makes some statements, for example, that has an immediate influence on their 5-year view, not their 5-day view. And therefore the 5-day view might be, okay, it's still quite tight here, but they're going, okay, but we're not worried about the 5-day view. We can see that coming down. This is what we expect to happen in this space, not this space, and therefore the market will start to move. So it's always ahead of the current news cycle, because it's the future news cycle they're worried about, not what's actually happened today. So it's a really important piece of long-term thinking, but future-term thinking. So expectations is the key, rather than actuals. So, for example, there's a wonderful piece of data called the non-farm payrolls data. Always interests me. So in other words, in the US, how many people, except people who work on the farm because they're more migrant workers, are being employed month on month? So non-farm payrolls comes out, and that number's an important number. But it's not now, it's okay, so therefore what does that mean for the next 2, 3, 4 years? And that's what drives then this movement. So it's not based on news today, it's based on the future expectations. Does that help?
Yeah, that's really helpful, and as someone who is completely and utterly influenced by current news, that's really helpful.
And that was the point. That was the point earlier in terms of, we are influenced by what we see. I don't ever recall seeing anything on the BBC or ITV that was really positive about stuff. When was the last time you saw, good news, markets have gone up? No one says that, but over the last month, the FTSE 100 has gone up by 400 points. And we never see that. All we see is cost of living crisis, it must be bad, oh my goodness. So the recency of the news flow is impacting our thinking, but that's understandable. So what you have to do is try and just split that out when you're having a broader investment conversation and try and go, okay, but what's the future expectation of stuff?
Yeah, interesting. That leads on actually to another question that's been raised and liked by a number of people, so it seems to be a popular question.
Okay, it's a big one then.
Yeah. So you gave the example of buying a yacht in the near future or investing to purchase a yacht in the future. What do you see as the long term when thinking about the timeframes in the current climate?
So, thank you. Great question. As a minimum, any investment needs to be at least 5 years. Minimum, if not longer. So if someone says, I cannot commit for this pool of money to be invested for at least 5 years, then I wouldn't be recommending going anywhere near investment markets. Because let's look at the last 5 years. Let's say the last 3 years. We'd had this conversation in November 19. And November 22 was when you wanted your money back to do the refurb, rebuild, spend it, expend the capital. Horrible chart. Look at the 10-year view. Okay, it's annoyance, but it's an okay chart. It's not a horrible one. But that 4-year, 3-year chart, if you were going, okay, I want my money back now, please, thanks for that. So even though there will be, yeah, but look, it's going up, oh, we could make some, you rein yourself in, you stick to your knitting. That's one of my phrases. The other one is problem shared is a problem halved. Thank you for that, I love that, that's a Robinism. The other one is don't push water uphill. But stick to your knitting, and if you've got a framework of short-term, medium-term, long-term, you stick to the long-term, you don't get excited by or scared by what the long-term could do because you've made that decision has to be long-term, and that's definitely 5 years plus. In certain instances, you could argue 10 years plus. But that's mainly because if you're an organisation that has, you know, a 40-year history behind you and you expect to be going for another 100 years, why would you have a 5-year time horizon? You'd want a 10-year time horizon because we are here for the longer term. Therefore, we need to be thinking about our long-term reserves for the longer term, rather than let's make short-term decisions that may or may not benefit. You've got to have that framework and allocation.
Thank you. That's really interesting. I still struggle with the long term. Can't see it. I think we've just got time for just one more question, and
Please,
I think it's really interesting. I think because everybody's thinking about what they're doing with their reserves, how, you know, whether they should spend, save, how they should do, what they should do. So the question is, and it's ethical, but do you think it's defendable for a hospice to establish an endowment fund to provide recurrent operating income?
Just so the question again, do I think it's ethical?
Defendable for a hospice to establish an endowment fund to provide recurrent operating income. I suspect that means instead of spending the money to deliver charitable services now. I think that's what you mean, David, isn't it? Can't see where he is. I think that's what it means.
I absolutely think it's absolutely defendable because, you know, you'll have allocated assets for that medium-term project, but there will be assets where you go, okay, if we take, and the word endowment is a specifically different one. I'm going to put it to one side, just a pool of reserves. An endowment, if someone receives an endowment, it's typically gifted and therefore has to be, the rules of it have to be followed. So if the endowment is, my mother leaves £500,000 and she says, for the benefit of, that's how it has to be run. So I'll take the word endowment out and just say long pot of reserves. Because that capital you've got a responsibility on. I see absolutely no problem in taking full responsibility and going, well, we're not spending it now because of this project, we're going to invest it. And that income, therefore, has a longevity on it that's so much more than if we just paid out. Because if income flows do slow down on the money coming through the door, let's say they did, you've exhausted these reserves here, then you're killing out the opportunity to then spend. But if you invest, and as we looked at, it's now gone, never mind, the dividend rising curve, you know, the income that we're expecting from financial markets, not solely equities, but financial markets as a whole, is going to be on the rise. You're investing for a long-term strategy that's giving you a rising level of income. You're kind of absolutely doing the right thing. But you're not over-committing to that long-term pot. That's the crucial point. So in a conversation debate, absolutely allocate assets correctly, making sure it's conservative in terms of how much you want to allocate to the long term, but once you do, I think you're completely within your rights and seeking professional advice and making sure the money's invested. Absolutely.
Robin, thank you very much. That has been absolutely brilliant and fascinating, and for somebody who's completely and utterly freaked out by investments and the longer term view, that has been fascinating. Thank you very much.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you.
So that brings us to the end of our first conference in Scotland. I thank you everybody for attending. It has been an amazing 3 days. I think the welcome that we've received in Glasgow has been so warm, made such a difference. I can see the delegates throughout the 3 days have been engaging, talking new networks, reconnecting with old networks. It has been an amazing 3 days, so thank you to everybody. Delegates and team. I'd also obviously have to thank our gold sponsors because without them this really wouldn't be possible. So thank you to Dreamscape Solutions, JDDK Architects that we heard from, Legacy of Lives and Towergate. But most of all, I think thank you to you all for staying for the 3 days, for engaging, participating and sharing your knowledge with us at Hospice UK. So thank you very much.
Can I just ask everyone to thank Rowena and Candice and team? Well done.
safe journeys home. Yeah, I'll put that in.
I tear out the pages that I've got in these books just to find just some words, just to get some reward, and I'd show you all the photographs that I ever got took, and I'd play old 45s that now mean nothing to me. And you're a real gone kid. Maybe not, baby. 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 I'll do what I should have did. Now I've stood on your shadow one Tuesday. I'm looking tired and feeling quite sick. I felt like there was something missing in my day-to-day life. So I quickly opened the wardrobe, pulled out some jeans and a t-shirt that seemed clean, topped it off with a pair of old shoes that were ripped around the seams. And I thought, these shoes just don't suit me. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything's right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. No short on money but long on time, slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine. And I'm running late and I don't need an excuse, 'cause I'm wearing my brand new shoes. Woke up late one Thursday and I'm seeing stars as I'm rubbing my eyes, and I felt like there were 2 days missing as I focused on the time. Then I made my way to the kitchen, but I had to stop from the shock of what I found. A room full of all of my friends, all dancing round and round. And I thought, hello new shoes, bye-bye blues. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything's right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. No short on money but long on time, slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine. And I'm running late and I don't need an excuse, 'cause I'm wearing my brand new shoes. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone they take me on, I'm walking till the break of dawn. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and